Hello everybody, it's your boy Mark here, and we're going to be jumping into an older series. How old are you asking? Well, obviously it's like 5 years old by now. That's crazy to think about. But the series I'm talking about specifically is SC2VN, or StarCraft 2 visual novel. Now, this is a series I done such a long time ago, but honestly, I think it's an interesting thing and maybe like just super fun to continue on to with the current setup that I have now. Not only that, I want to say I have a lot more full finished series of games versus like I played an episode or two this game. Like we got to 3 episodes in with this one, and I want to see what the end of the game looks like because the visual novels are interesting. So with that being said, let's just jump right back into it. Alright, here we are in SC2VN. So I spent a bit of time looking in the deep depths of my channel and finding the exact spot where we last left off. So here we go. Hopefully, if you haven't seen it before, please go back to those videos. I know they're old and they're weird and not super great quality, but that's where we are, and that's where I'm jumping in. Alright. Even though I barely interacted with this guy, I can't help but feel a little anxious as I edge closer to his PC. Sure, he was a bit rude when we spoke, but the chance to challenge a KPGA Pro is too good to pass up, especially if I'm trying to step up my game. He's about to jump into a match when I clear my throat right behind him. He subtly alt-tabs, then turns to regard me through his half-lidded eyes. Or like, ugh. What? Excuse me, would you mind a practice game? No. I'm just here to... He pauses. Recognition floats across his face. You're the guy from All Out Attack yesterday, aren't you? I nod sheepishly. His only reaction is to stare on. For a moment, he looks ready to dismiss me and get to laddering, but at the last second, he nods. Alright, one game. With a final nod, I return to my station. A moment later, he and I share the same game lobby and are ready to jump in and begin. He's playing on a barcode account. Typical. How have I still not managed to catch this guy's name? A sharp tap against my headphones announces Jet's return in displeasure. You're obnoxious. If you lose and embarrass me by association, I'm going to pretend I don't know you. Anything else Jet has to say is drowned out along with the sounds of Golden Zone fire when I pull the earpad back on. Ooh, that was actually pretty loud. If the idea behind practicing against good players improve, I should probably play standard. Still, the temptation to do all in is always there. How sick would it be to grab a quick win on a KPGA player? Let's do standard game. It's probably best that I follow Jet's advice. I opt for a standard macro management game. This guy's build permitting. I take my natural expansion and begin teching up. The match progresses quietly with only a few brief skirmishes with his stalkers and my marines. My scan show that he's not doing anything out of the ordinary. One of us has to make a move sooner or later. I start constructing my starport and researching my bio upgrades. I'm surprised to find that they finish without any pressure coming to the Protoss army. This could be a good time to go for some drop play and try to snipe one of his critical tech buildings. If I were to play aggressive drop style, I need to be confident in my control and the fact that I can outplay him. On the other hand, the game has been exceptionally quiet. If I could get up another expansion, I'll have a serious economic advantage going into the late game. Get aggressive with dropships. Duh. Dropship play is a defining characteristic of a top Terran player. If I win this, it's a good indication that I can stand toe-to-toe with the best players in Korea. It's time to put my practice to work. I gather enough units for an attack at my starport as the first dropship finishes. It's imperative that he doesn't see me move out, so I make sure his watchtowers are clear and avoid places where Protoss players commonly leave their observers. When my dropships are aimed to clear, I fly straight to his base. He's unprepared for the attack, and I unload all my units to snipe some important tech buildings. Pretty loud actually. With the damage to his infrastructure drone, done, my units retreat for safety of my dropship. That set him back a ton. The game is going incredibly well, so I decide to pull back my aggression and build up an army for a final push. He's been too busy defending a decent standing army, and when I roll in with my assault units, he kites back, bobbing and weaving away from my forces while delivering pot shots. I give I give chase, the taste of victory tantalizingly close. I managed to corner his army, leaving him with nowhere to run. But as I moved to deliver the final blow, he flanks me with half-dozen Templar, showering my army in high-damage storms. I pull back frantically, but my army is left in tatters. Oh wow. Damn. I try my hardest to gather enough units to mount a second offense, but he continues to crush my attacks with only a handful of well-upgraded and well-microed zealot stalkers and archons. How the hell did this happen? My lead is gone. Frustrated, I box all my workers and charge towards his base for a final attack. With my SCVs on the front lines, I have enough power to take a direct engagement. I roll through his fourth base uncontested. Yes, he's giving up ground because he knows he can't face me. Emboldened, I drive up a ramp leading to his natural end to end the game. Alright. I find myself face to face with an ambush. My front line evaporates and I can issue the command to retreat, and he crushes what remains of my army a few moments later. I can't believe it. I lost. I stare blankly at the screen for almost 10 seconds before I finally type GG and quit out of the match. I don't have long enough to sulk in defeat before the KPGA player makes his way over to me with a smirk. As promised, Jet is nowhere to be seen. Hey, you actually know how to play. Wasn't expecting I would have to try. It's a compliment, regardless of how condescendingly he said it. Though it's difficult to be graceful in defeat, I try my best anyway. I played my game the best I could. Kept vision on you, dropped when I could. But it wasn't enough. Sucks, man. It's one thing to lose carelessly, but it's another when everything goes as planned and you fail anyways. His grin darkens to one without humor. Is this guy serious? What the hell is your problem? You demand a game and whine when you get a little pushback. Look who's talking. Everyone knows your type. The foreigner who makes a name for himself. You fly out there on a whim, waste 6 weeks of training. You aren't the first and unfortunately won't be the last. Your plane ticket doesn't buy you the right to call yourself a pro gamer. Save your money and your time and go back home. I feel the heat rise in my face, half in anger, half in embarrassment. I've never dealt well with confrontation, but before I can say anything else, Jet steps out from around the corner and cuts between the two of us. Still great at making friends, huh, Bolt? He glances between the two of us, surprised. After a moment's pause, the so-called Bolt seizes back his smirk and meets Jet with a step forward. Been a while, hasn't it? What's a supposed Star League champion doing with trash like this? Bolt looks past her and tilts his head towards me. I take a step towards him, but an open palm from Jet stops me from going any further. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised. Jumping ship to a scene bloated with foreign money has its upsides. But it won't be long before you forget the dignity of a pro gamer. The dignity of a pro gamer? You make it sound so distinguished. You've changed for the worse and you don't even realize it. How sad. Shouldn't be much longer until KPGA finally accepts that there's no future in Brood War. You're smart enough to know what happens then. But hey, the scene could always use more casters. Whatever you say. For the record, what excuse did you give your coach for another day off? VIP's a little more lax than Shock T1, but I might want to borrow it someday. At that, Bolt scowls. Jet doesn't waste the opening and strikes again. Don't worry, Dong Sang. Your secret's safe with me. Run along now. I'm sure you've got coins to flip or something. The standoff lasts a moment longer, before Bolt lets out a lazy shrug, instantly killing the intensity of his expression. I've got better things to do than offer advice to a mouthy chobo. Do what you want, kid. He thumbs his nose at me and returns to his station without another word. As soon as Bolt's out of sight, Jet takes my arm in a vice and practically drags me away. You had the game won. What the hell was that? An SCV pull-up at 15 minutes? Is this what they teach you on the NA servers? Even after a heated confrontation, her concern is with the match before anything else. I almost laugh. My drops crippled him. I thought it would be enough to end the game. So build units for 2 minutes, then roll him. Don't be so damn impatient. Your upgrades were late too. Her pointed critique diffuses the tension from moments prior, if it doesn't exactly make me feel better. When she's done going through my long list of mistakes, Jen flicks a hand towards back to the PCs. Come on, queue up a game against me. I told Jet that I wasn't feeling up to practice after we played a few more one-sided games. She seemed annoyed, but agreed with my suggestion to take a short break. Back in high school, I used to spend most of my time at the library when class was over. To be honest, this is probably the most time I've willingly spent outside my room since then. I'm not the type to go read for fun or study diligently, but it was nice to have a place to go and be on my own. I've missed those afternoons since I graduated, but Golden Zone Fire is a good replacement hangout as I could hope for. It's clean and comfortable, and has pretty much everything I need to stay 24/7. That isn't an exaggeration. Some of the patrons here look like they're practically glued to their chairs. With a milk tea from one of the vending machines in hand, I return to my seat from across the jet. She isn't wearing the same scowl from earlier, but I can tell she'd rather be practicing. What are you drinking? She snatches up the can from across the room and takes a long sip. Coffee. What kind of coffee? Coffee is coffee. I don't drink sugary junk. Me neither. I just drink tea and milk and stuff like that. And for the record, it's obnoxious to challenge someone that you don't know to a match. Is it really such a big deal? I just want to practice the game against a good player. Seems harmless to me. Do you know those types that stream snipe and start shit on message boards so that people pay attention to them? More than a few come to mind. That's you. Except you did it in real life. Cut me some slack. How do you know that guy anyway? His name is Bolt? Yes. He plays for Shock T1. Shock, huh? Bolt must be a new recruit. I haven't paid much attention to them or any other Brood War teams since StarCraft 2 came out, but he definitely wasn't on their roster a year ago. Right, but how do you know him? Jet clicks her tongue and breaks her gaze away from me. I silently appreciate the reprieve from her death glare. If you must know, he and I went to the same middle school. I was in the class above him. Huh. Okay. I was thinking he might have knocked you out of a tournament or something. No, I never played him in the Star League. You don't need to overanalyze anything. Silence falls between us while Jet nurses what remains of her drink. I can't tell if she's into coffee or if she's trying to find something to occupy her lips other than our conversation. I doubt Jet spends much time at PC Bangs, given she's got a team house to practice from. I should consider myself lucky that she made time to come out here after all. You know it makes zero sense for you to focus on qualifying for VSL, right? I blinked myself from my thoughts to meet Jet's intense stare. What do you mean? What's the point of meeting up to practice then? No, I'm not saying... Listen. I want to round up some players. For what? For VSTL. Team League? But you're already on a team. Yeah? Yeah? She wavers, considering whether or not to tell me what I've already figured out. You're leaving VIP? Jet's eyes jump from mine, brows raised in surprise and then furrowed in annoyance. She's been on VIP for almost a year and is by far the team's best player. Management barely pays attention as nobody's motivated. They're worse than bad. They're complacent. I want a fresh start. Hey, I'm not guilting you. It isn't just something I expected to hear. Do you have a team house picked out or anything like that? No, not yet. What about a coach? No. Do you have players in mind? Look, it's a work in progress, okay? I edge away from her glare and raise my hands defensively. Okay. I won't ask again. For a while, silence. Jet does her best to avoid eye contact, but I can tell she's thinking hard about something. Just as I'm about to rise to replace my milk tea with another, she speaks. You know all about all those new foreign teams popping up recently, right? Yeah, what about them? Isn't it strange? They're worse than almost every Korean squad, yet most of them have more sponsors. Well, there are a lot of esports fans outside of Korea these days. People want to support their hometown heroes. I don't think it's that simple. What? Where would the money come from if not the fans? Idiots. What? Idiots. Idiots call themselves investors. Idiots that throw away money keeping mediocre players afloat because it makes them feel good inside or for whatever reason. Well, she and Bolton agree on one thing at least. Okay, are you going to find some idiots to sponsor you? No. Well, she takes a long moment to reconsider her answer. No, it wouldn't work out in the end. What I'm getting at is that too much of our scene ignores the foreign fan base. It's a huge mistake. Well, there's the time zone difference and a language barrier. Also, I don't know if you know this, but lots of foreign fans don't find Korean players entertaining. What? How dare you? That's ridiculous. I'm just relaying common knowledge. Don't hold me accountable for the opinions of Silver Leaguers. Most Western fan support goes to people who entertain well. Streamers, casters, those kinds of people. The most famous players in your scene aren't the best? That's appalling. Hey, don't pretend Brune Noir didn't get famous on the backs of dudes who looked good on camera. If the PC bang was on the ship, then fangirls pulled the oars. That's different. They were pretty and skilled, not just one or the other. And show some respect. Those dudes are the reason you and I are able to have this conversation. The sharp response and equally sharp glare suggests that I shouldn't argue the point. Jet knows better than I do anyway. We're getting off topic. There are tons of potential fans that most Korean teams ignore simply because they're too hard to connect with. Yeah, I agree. She lifts an eyebrow and stares at me just for a bit too long before glancing away. If I wasn't sure before, I am now. Go on, say it. Say what? I know what you're thinking. No, you don't. Yes, I do. What am I thinking then? You want me to join a new team because you're starting so that I can help you with the foreign fan base. Also, you invited me here to try out under the guise of practice. I think I'm right. Jet sumps back in her seat, defeated. I fight a losing battle against the urge to laugh. Don't look so smug. Ugh, I hate dealing with team management. You could always hire a manager. Before we have any players, maybe I should just keep my head down and practice. No, don't do that. I think it's a good idea. You're only saying that because I gave you an offer. Maybe, but hey, if you go through with this, I'll do whatever I can to help. How are you convincing me to go after my own idea? Damn it. She chews on her lip, likely considering the harrowing risk of leaving her team. I can't make any commitments until at least we have some other players. It'd be stupid for me to move out of the VIP house without everything lined up. This is something I've been thinking about for a while, even if I don't have every detail hashed out. I want to keep overhead low and practice times high. Lean and mean. She aims her finger at me, her dull nail a hair's breadth out before my nose. Alright, if you're going to be a part of this, you're going to pull your weight. You can start by searching for our players, unless you would rather find me a coach and sponsor. I cringe backwards and raise my hands. No. I'll leave you to that. Good. It'll work out better this way. The minimum number of players for a team is 4. So we need to find out at least 2. You know, this isn't exactly what I had in mind as the ideal join a team experience. Walk away if you'd like. You have a long way to go if you want to be anything other than translator mascot anyway. I'll admit though, Estelle was right. I see glimpses of high-level stuff in your play. But as of right now, you kinda suck. Even by foreigner standards. Offense intended. You seriously need to be busting your ass. Coming to Korea is pointless if you're still practicing Western hours. Well, nobody claimed that Jet wasn't honest. I'm going to work you and everyone else like dogs. If this team comes together, I won't be happy with anything less than first place in VSTL. Well, I appreciate the chance. I offer a smile that's quick to match. Yeah. If we're going to go ahead with this, I've got a lot of stuff to do. The deadline to register for a team is in 2 weeks, so we can't afford to waste time. Get moving on your search. Alright, good luck. I'll catch you online. Yeah, later. When she's gone, I fall back into my chair and take a deep breath. I check the map on my phone for the second time after reading the sign for a third. This is definitely stomping grounds. A deep breath helps calm my nerves. Seconds later, I push open the glass door and make my way inside. Pretty much as expected, computers, vending machines, tables, and the sound of 24 mice and keyboards. PC bangs are nothing if not similar to one another. When a shiver runs down my back, I realize the AC in there is cranked up ridiculously high. I read somewhere that casinos pump in extra oxygen to keep their patrons awake and alert. Maybe this place has tried to adapt the same tactic to their cafe. A middle-aged woman sits behind the front desk. She glances up at me when I pass by and returns her attention to the magazines splayed out in front of her. A quick scan of heads lined up in front of monitors offer me a few potential stunts amidst the sea of crumbs. By his sales description, he's short and has bleached hair. I'm able to narrow it down quickly and confirm his identity with a look at his monitor. He's in the middle of a ladder match, and he's playing StarCraft 2 with one hand. The other is occupied with the game on his cell phone. All the same, Stunt's crushing his opponent with a rush build, and by the look on his face, he takes great pleasure in that fact. His enemy sends one salty liner before dropping out of the game without a GG. Stunt grins wide and puts his hands behind his head, satisfied. Ooh yeah. After checking the post-game stats, he glances over his shoulder and then spins his chair around to find me watching him. Sup? Something you want? You're Stunt, right? That's me, and who are you? I'm Mock. Stunt lights up, stands upright, plants his hands on his hip, all at once. Right, the foreigner that Estelle messaged me about. Was starting to think you wouldn't show up. Let's get this bet match going. Hey everyone, the bet match is on! What? Damn it, really Estelle? Before I can attempt an explanation, a crowd of 6 or 7 middle school aged kids forms behind Stunt. I don't see myself talking my way out of this. Bet match, right, that's me. Yes, that's what I'm here for. Another chobo gonna try to bet match Stunt?
Will they learn? He's the best cafe player. Hey, Stunt, will you buy me a juice with your winnings?
Stunt ignores the peanut gallery and takes a step forward, sizing me up. Judging by his appearance, he looks like he just started high school. I'm at least a head taller than him. Estelle said that you were down for a 15,001 bet. But come on, you can do better than that, right? How much were you thinking? 25,000 is a much better number. Wouldn't you say? Come on. You had to drag your ass all the way over here to play. Let's make it interesting. That's what, $20 or so? I'd have to skip a few trips to Go Mark, but I can't risk having him turn me down. Okay, fine. 25,000. What are we going to do about the maps? Best of 3, right? Nah, best of 1 is fine. My time's too valuable. And in a show of good faith, you can pick the map. Sal wasn't kidding about this kid's cockiness. Whatever. At least I can choose a map with a long rush distance. I find a seat at a computer nearby, not too close that we could glimpse at one another's screen. A locked window stares back at me as I sit down. Of course, I need to pay to use the PC. Before I can head back to the front desk, the stunt slides in front of me and takes the mouse. Yo, I got it. Consider an investment for the money you're about to give me. He unlocks the machine with a few clicks and entry of a password. Huh, that works. After I thank him, he slinks back over to his setup. Stunt shares a few confident words with the underage crowd behind him, and then throws his headphones on. I host up a game and toss him an invite. It's not long that after I'm staring down my base and 6 workers. Cannons, 2-gate, 4-gate, blink, proxy robo, proxy stargate. There are a dozen different ways that Stunt could end this game early. Let's see. His young, untrained talent favors unorthodox play, bad taste in hair dye. As a precaution, I scout around the interior of my base to ensure that I'm not being cannon rushed. As I discover I am, just outside my vision range and dangerously close to a worker line, a cannon finishes building. Some losses in a defense are inevitable, but if I can handle it well, this should put me ahead of Stunt. It's gutsy of him to risk a best of one strategy like this. Practically all I have to do is scout to score a victory. By microwaving my injured SCVs away from cannon shots, I'm able to end the rush at a low cost. In truth, it seemed like an exceptionally weak attack. Was Asal trying to hype this kid up for nothing? I end up only losing 3 of my workers by the time a single cannon is dead. Now, where's that probe? There it is. With his probe down, there's no way he'll be able to drop down any more cannons. Still, he's planning his next move. I have to decide what comes next. If he's transitioning to something standard, this would be the perfect time for a counterattack. His tech has to be lacking. There's no way he'll have strong enough units to defend a marine attack. While this seems incredibly unlikely, there's always a chance that he might have another attack ready. I want to err on the side of caution. I should stay on my base and simply tech up. but that might give him enough time to get back into the game. I should make this call based off of what I know about his playstyle. I feel like he likes the unorthodox things, so that either means he's going to, I think, stay on the defensive. Even though I'm giving up a chance to win the game immediately, the safe thing to do is tech up on dropships. But it looks like I won't need to. My precautionary scout uncovers an ambush waiting in the dark corner of my base. With more than enough units to space to micro my marines, I dispatch his zealots with barely any losses. A cannon rush feint into a proxy gate? Absolutely ridiculous. With his rush routed, Stunt quits out of the game without a GG. I won, with surprising ease too. Stunt pushes through the dumbfounded crowd and comes stomping over, fury in his eyes. He really didn't expect to lose. You blindly scout the smoke in your base after a cannon rush? Are you kidding me? Who does that? I raise my hands defensively and skirt away from the victory screen flash across my monitor. Whoa, calm down. It takes like 5 seconds, and you have a reputation for those kinds of builds, you know. He makes a disgruntled sound and stares hard at me. You got lucky. What are you yelling back there for? I didn't tell you to sweep up the bathroom an hour ago. Stop screaming at our customers and go do something useful. Lord have mercy. Without warning, a woman at the front desk paints Stunt a bright red from across the room. She glares at him for a moment longer before ducking back behind the counter. Talk about lousy bosses. His anger replaced with modesty, Stunt scratches behind his head. The middle schoolers have mostly dispersed, evidently destroyed by the cruel realization that their protest god can bleed. Sorry, that's my mom. Anyway, you beat me. Let me go get your cash. Is it mom? Even worse. I can see the resemblances minus the bleached hair. Explains how he unlocked my PC at least. Actually, wait, I didn't come here for a bet match. What? But we just played one. I don't have to pay for you then? What? No, I'm recruiting for a new team. Sal mentioned that you were a free agent, and I wanted to see if you'd join up. I guess he thought it would be funny to trick me into a bet match with you. A foreign team. Why didn't you just send me a message or something? No, a Korean one, and Sal said you'd probably assume I was a fanboy and block me. Although, I get the feeling this is just an excuse for this whole setup. Man, as hell, couldn't we have just kept this simple? What if I had lost? Stunt pauses and reaches for his phone. Distracted or no, he manages to carry on the conversation. Nah, blocking you sounds like something I'd do. Anyway, who else have you got? We've got... Wait, Jet is technically still on VIP. Can I tell him that she's planning to leave? What if you tell someone? Why didn't I think ahead of time? You've got... We have some good players about to sign and sponsor in the works. Nothing official. We're trying to keep everything under wraps until then. Sounds sketchy. A mystery sponsor and mystery players. Doesn't seem convinced. I can hardly blame him. This is the sort of thing that is unfortunately common in esports. But Asel didn't vouch for you. That's worth something. And you beat me. The future Protoss Bonvois. Bonvija? What is that? No, not skip mode. What? What's that? Is it Q? Whatever, I'll learn about that word later. I blink once, look away, and take a tactical pause. Oh, if your mom will let you move out, that is. He rises to my bait and straightens up, both fists clenched. You're damn right she's gonna let me. Alright, dude, consider me signed. I've got room and enough money to pay for food. We're in business. Stunt pauses and lowers himself from the tip of his toes. What's the team called, by the way? Like I said, it's a work in progress. I'll let you know when it's picked out. If we're not named yet, I want to say in it. How about Azure Blade Phoenix Snipers? What even? Kid, this isn't a shonen anime. Yeah, probably not. While Stunt reveals in the afterglow of being signed to a StarCraft team, a thought occurs to me. Wait, don't you go to school? Let's just say I'm in between schools right now. I don't bother trying to divulge any more information. If he can live in a team house and perform, that's good enough for me. Some promising young pros deferred school for brood war back in the day, and if StarCraft doesn't work out for him, at least he's got a future cleaning up stomping grounds. Right, the mysteries won't last for long, I promise. I'll be in touch if you need to show up somewhere. If I need you to show up somewhere. Okay, but I'm gonna hit you up for practice games tonight. If that's cool, be online. Sounds good. Welcome aboard, kid. The fiery Protoss player lifts his chin for a final grin before heading to one of the PC Bang's back rooms, probably to gather a broom and dustpan. I grace Stunt's mom with an innocent expression on my way out. She answers my smile with a glare sharp enough to make the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I step outside and suck in a deep breath, relieved. The warm afternoon air is sweet and feels good on my lungs. One down. The stairway to my apartment was empty as usual. Sometimes it feels like I'm the only person living in this building. Isolation was a major concern when I was thinking about coming overseas. If my Korean wasn't passable, it'd practically impossible for me to be anything but lonely. That's something I don't need to worry about anymore, I suppose. Sales proven a vibrant, crowded, and busy. Everything my life back home wasn't. Proven to be vibrant, crowded, and busy. Whatever. Something as simple as crossing the street can be exciting for someone who has never been in an urban environment for more than a few hours at a time. It sounds stupid, but it's true. Still, before meeting Asel and Jet, I barely talked to anybody offline. StarCraft's one-on-one nature doesn't exactly lend itself to social introductions. It'd be easy to get in touch with the foreigner community out there, but I have very little desire to skulk around bars with the jaded English teachers and washed-up businessmen. Why bother? I sink into my chair and jam the spacebar a few times to wake up my PC. I practice enough at Golden Zone Fire after recruiting Stunt, so I don't bother loading up StarCraft. Jet was pleased to hear about my new pickup. It told me it was smart to hold off on telling Stunt who she was, too. I'm sure she'll announce her plans on her own time. She'll have to once we're picked up our last player at any rate. With a few clicks, I'm staring at a common StarCraft fan site. The most interesting stuff goes on in the scene posted there, and what people vote as best rises to the top of the page. I don't often visit the Korean community sites. I like them just fine, but I prefer to read English when I get the chance. But no matter where you chose to get your StarCraft news, you'll find no shortage of netizens sharing their opinions on which player is awful or why the game is imbalanced. Today seems to be no exception. A foreign pro gamer just called it quits, and the comments about him are ridiculously scathing. LMAO, good riddance. Dude was washed up anyway. Left the scene without a GG, typical. He was underperforming recently, but people forget just how much time and passion gets put into even a mediocre professional's career. The worst part is that most of the people talking smack are either now leaguers or don't play the game at all. Are low leaguers. Take out my phone hoping to find something on it to distract me from the mindless match. No text, no new emails, the same as when I last checked 15 minutes ago. It's been a while since I've chatted with my friends from back home. Most of them know about my esports aspirations, but none of them really get it. There's two reactions when someone learns that you play video games full time. Either they roll their eyes or they tell you how lucky you are. It beats a boring minimum wage job, but sure as hell isn't easy and plays less for all but the best. Yes, they don't mention that between games on Star League streams. Pretty much everyone I went to high school with is enrolled in college. I can hear the social lives, internships, can't help but feel jealous. I'll probably end up going eventually. It's not like I can make a living from games when I'm 30. 5 or 6 years of StarCraft, and then you're left with dregs of your prize money and sore wrists. And hopefully some friends and fond memories. With a look back at the computer screen, I noticed that my inbox has a message waiting. A click, and I'm staring at a piece of fan mail. The first I've received in a month. Maybe it's inaccurate to call it fan mail considering I've known this guy since before I first started playing StarCraft in high school. Also, I hope your practice is going well. Well, stuff here has been boring since summer ended and everyone went back to school. I saw about the SVL qual, but you got another month, yo. You're still the foreign hope, so make sure you come back from Korea and stomp locals while I'm watching. Oh yeah, don't forget about something 2012, haha. Are you going to stream soon? I really like to watch. Make sure you mod me this time, rolling on the floor laughing. Oh yeah, give me a shout out next time you're casted match law later dog, A. Oh my gosh. Stream? What? So 10 people can watch me play faceless barcodes all day? Pointless. Maybe if I got enough viewers to make some money. He and I really didn't even talk back in high school. It wasn't until he found out about my StarCraft skill after graduation that he tried to become my friend. I massaged my temples, frustrated. All that message did was put me in a bad mood. Angry. Most of the people who follow StarCraft know less about the game itself than they do about the people playing it. I don't like that I'm expected to constantly bear the scrutiny of strangers. The community is what keeps the scene alive. I know it's wrong to loathe it, but simply knowing that doesn't make it any easier not to. With an impatient click, my PC groans off. I climb under my sheets and settle in for an early night's rest. The search continues tomorrow. Oh boy. I wake to the sound of rain against my window. Judging by the light, it's morning. Dawns on me that I was supposed to play stunt in a few practice games last night. Whoops, probably not a great move to blow off a player I just recruited. Breakfast this morning is as cold as usual, or at least since I took a chance on some street food. It was actually pretty good, but I ended up sick for a few days. I've stuck with cereal in the morning since then. I hope everything's working on Jet's end. Good management and even a single sponsor will take us a long way. All I can do is focus on the task at hand, finding talent. I put away my bowl once I've emptied it and lock my apartment on the way out. My sweatshirt's hood held up against the rain for most of the way, but my hair ended up soaked on the end. I shake my head dry once I'm inside, much to the annoyance of the guy at the Golden Zone Fire's front desk. The cafe is largely empty on most weekends, at least before school's let out. With a bit of searching, I find a cell reclined drowsily in a computer chair that he must have wheeled over to the lounge area. I'll bet he'd rather be sleeping at the Crash Team house, but Sal said they didn't have time to meet me any later. He yawns and waves me over. I pull up a chair from a nearby PC and sit beside him. Plenty to choose from when the place is this empty. Do they not have umbrellas outside of Korea? No, everyone just sprints from place to place if it rains. Ha, so anyway, stunt agreed? Yeah, it'll make the next pick even easier once I've actually got another player to point to. I wish Jet could hurry up and ditch her team already. Sal raises an eyebrow and shakes his head at me. She can't do that. Jet has a contract. It has to be over soon though, right? Why else would she be putting together a team if she wouldn't be able to play on it? They vary, but most contracts last either 6 months or a year. Best case scenario, she'll be free at the end of the month. That makes sense. Victory Star League won't let anyone with a contract play without their team's approval. But maybe there's a rule against registering ahead of time? Whatever. I'm sure that Jet has figured out already. Right. Anyway, you said you got a lead on the next player, yeah? Yep. Guy named Reva. Flits in and out of top 8 of the ladder. He's won at least a dozen online tournaments this year. Wow, what race does he play? Here's the best part. He plays all 3. His Terran is the strongest, but he's known to switch between races during a long set. He'll even play random. Reva plays Zerg, Terran, and Protoss? Wow, sounds too good to be true. But this is where it gets weird. He's never turned up to a tournament in person, only plays online. Some people speculate that Reva is just an alias for a top player. I'm not convinced though. He's got a very specific playstyle. It's almost like playing against a highly advanced AI. Strong mechanically, but only goes for standard macro games. So how am I going to get in touch with him? Other teams have gone after a player that good. It won't be easy, but I got a plan. Not another bet match, please. It worked, didn't it? No, not this time. Reva's on a mean win streak. mean win streak in an online King of the Hill. 12 wins a row. Granted, most of his games have been against foreigners. It's based in Europe, so it's at a weird hour for us. Point is, you're going to enter tonight. Tonight? So I beat him and then use all that to convince him to join the team? Hold on, I didn't say anything about beating him. I mean, if you do, I'm not going to complain. You're gonna play an honorable macro game. Reva hates anything that's non-standard. Cheese, rushes, aggressive timings, all-ins, one-base build, that sort of thing. So you're going to play a slow, economy-based game instead. But if I play a game the exact style he's used to, won't I get stomped? Maybe, but it's your only chance to get on his good side. Play him, show off your skill, chat him up, and then recruit him. You make it sound so easy. Hey, you find your players if you don't like it. Hey, find your own players if you don't like it. I'm sure there are tons of strategy form scrubs willing to try out. He does have a point. I guess I'm staying in tonight. Fine. By the way, what are you so busy with this afternoon? Team League practice. Gotta drill a Zerg of ours to snipe the team Kai NE Terran Ace. The match is half a week away. Until then, practice, practice, practice. That's how we do it. Beneath this easy facade, I can't tell that Isal doesn't seem too pleased by the circumstance. Right then, any tips against Reva before I go practice for tonight? Yeah, hope you like mech. It's all I can do not to groan. My favorite. Ah, jeez. The admin said it shouldn't be more than 5 minutes now. Reva just got to finish extending his record to 13 wins. I've already warmed up for practicing all day, so there's no point in loading up a map to drill my micro or anything like that. Only thing I got to focus on before the game is my build and my nerves. Most players, myself included, tend to get a little jittery before a high stakes match. It's a more serious issue at live events with all the lights and cameras and cheering fans, but it can happen in an online setting just as easily. This King of Hill is broadcast on a commentated live stream. Channel hosting it isn't particularly popular, but the exposure can't hurt. Unless I get beat really, really bad. Looks like the game is getting started. In the pre-game lobby, Reva remains utterly silent, even after I offer a friendly GLGL. Whatever, let's get this going. Oh wait. Where's it? Glossary. term from the last episode. Bonjour, who dominates the StarCraft scene for a long period of time. Bonjour's very high win rate, success, champion wins. So far, StarCraft's only Bonjours have been Terran and Zerg players. Oh, alright, cool. So that's what that word means. Hey. Alright. Time to show off Reva and everyone else that's watching what I'm made of. Grinds out opponents with mech, can play all 3 races, could easily be a hacker. I'm watching my scout across the map when a thought occurs to me. If this guy supposedly hate rushes, I should be able to score a pretty easy win against him with one. There's a specific proxy build that works really well on this map, especially against the type of player that Estelle described Reva as. I might risk angering the person I'm trying to recruit though. Still, the game is being broadcast online. If I win, there's a chance I could earn enough cred to find another player anyway. Do I really want to go against that sales advice? It's only one game after all. I'm gonna say prepare for a drawn out match. Let's not piss off somebody we want to work with. Ugh, it's not like I hate playing out standard or anything. I just don't like that I'm playing straight into this guy's strong point. Whatever. As expected, the game begins with a long calm. Reva shows off. No sign of early aggression, instead focusing entirely on building a strong economy. I used the breathing room to invest heavily into structures for tank production. My scouts reveal that Reva is going to do the same thing. Just as Estelle said, looks like there's going to be a long, drawn-out tank versus tank positioning war. Reva split the map in half, one side littered with his bases, defensive structures, and tanks, and one side with mine. I'm not particularly comfortable with this style of play. I prefer an agile army accompanied by dropships, but it's next to impossible to break in, meching Terran if they have a strong economy. Whoa, shit, I'm under attack. Reva's inching his tank line towards the center of the map. He managed to find a weak position in my formation. One of my tanks was a bit too far away from the rest, and it got picked off. A nuke in a serious game. Not here. Not here either. Where's the nuke? Shit, I need to catch it before I lose my army. Boom, there's the ghost. Oh? Oh. Okay, can't screw this up. I pop open a chat box and fire off a message. Your macro is too good, lol lol. For a while, no response. But just when I've given up hope that he'll message me back. Thank you, you play well. You made only a few key mistakes. Perfect capitalization and grammar? Ugh. Whenever anyone does this to me, I feel obligated to fix my typing. Screw it. I'm way too tired after 40 minutes of positional play. Oh yeah? Well thanks. I'm actually looking for some practice partners, kinda. Kind of? How? Well, I'm starting a team with a few friends. We're gonna try to qualify for Team League. I see. I'm actually looking to pick up another player at the moment. Would you be interested? For almost 10 seconds, nothing. Each second ticking by feels like longer than less, but then I'm willing to discuss the possibility. Oh, awesome. We're gonna meet up at Golden Zone Fire tomorrow afternoon. You're in Seoul. Yeah? You know where it is? Oh, you wish to meet in person? Come on, I've already come this far. Keep it together. Yeah, just ain't gonna hang with the team and practice a bit. We're nice, I swear. Another pause, this time longer. I found myself drawing closer and closer to the screen in anticipation of Reva's reply. Very well. I will see you and your roommates at Golden Zone Fire tomorrow. How do you suggest I find you? KK. Look for the foreigner. Well, I will do so. Goodbye. With that, Reva exits our chat and prepares for his next King of the Hill match. Did I do it? Did I recruit our last player? Can I celebrate yet? No. Better to wait. He's never been to an event in person before. there's a chance that he won't show. I step out of my chair, fall into my bed, simultaneously tired and restless. I shut my eyes, but there's no way I'm going to sleep tonight with this hanging over my head. Maybe I should go to Go-Mart. It's not a good idea to drink caffeinated stuff this late at night, but a walk might get my mind off the stress. Since meeting Estelle and Jet, the pangs of homesickness haven't been nearly as bad. Should I feel guilty that I only want to update my old friends or my parents now that I've actually got something going my way? Is it better to keep these small victories to myself? When was the last time I even spoke English? I honestly can't remember. I never had to move around or switch schools when I was a kid, but maybe this is the same thing. You find a group, you stick with it. Keeping in touch with your old friends becomes too difficult. It could be a good thing, more focus on making my esports career work than on what so-and-so switched his major to. Oh, what so-and-so switched his major to. Jeez, I'm kinda rusty. I can't help but feel a little unsure. Putting my old life down isn't easy, knowing that I'll have to pick it back up eventually. My thoughts of home fade as the green and white signage comes into my view. Back to the Go-Mart. The old man is behind the counter as always, this time restocking the shelf on its side beneath the cash register. I take my usual fare from the refrigerators in the back of the store and step to the counter. The clerk's haggard eyes linger on me for a moment before he returns to his shelf stocking. Just a moment. I'm in no rush, so I answer him with a nod. I let the drinks rest on the laminated counter and turn to take a closer look at the convenience store. It's compact and clean, like pretty much everything else in Seoul. If it has any employees other than the old man on duty, I don't see them. Most stores don't have foreign snacks or drinks aside from their localized variants, and Go-Mart is no exception to that. I've had to be bold in trying new food. Just as I'm about to step forward towards a bag of strange-looking trail mix, the clerk's voice sounds from behind. You've been here quite often, haven't you? I turn surprised. He's staring right at me. Yeah, I'm not. That's okay, isn't it? He pauses in surprise, likely at my language proficiency, and then presses on. More than okay. Those drinks don't buy themselves. What's your name? I'm Mac. It's kind of close to my name, actually. Wait a second. That's not right. Strangely enough, I had to share my real name with anyone since I haven't had to share my real name with anyone since I came overseas. It seems unfamiliar to my tongue as I prepare to correct myself. But before I can, the clerk furrows his eyebrows at me. Mac? That doesn't sound like any foreign name I've heard before. How am I in this situation? Damn it. It's hard to explain. Do you know what StarCraft is? The elderly cashier's eyes light up with understanding. I've heard of it. You're a pro gamer then? Yeah, working at it at least. I suppose that explains your late night shopping trips. How long have you been in Seoul? A little more than a month. I like it here. Good. It's a fine city. You can call me Mr. Yan. Yan. I think it's Yan. Mr. Yin, by the way. It's good to meet you, Mac. I simply nod, and then look away. I'm not particularly good at talking to strangers about anything other than StarCraft. The conversation between us doesn't lead anywhere else, so he starts ringing up my drinks. With the bottles bagged and offered, he smiles. Take care now. I make my way back to my apartment for an evening of StarCraft and a little sleep. Remind me why we have to meet up here again? I get to play for free at my mom's, you know. Oh, stunt. And you probably get yelled at if the toilet clogs up too. Stunt rolls his eyes and pulls out his cell phone, thumb soon jamming away at some weird puzzle game. What is it exactly you're always playing on your phone?
I'm glad you asked. It's called Pop Pop Safari. It's one of those casual games meant to sucker morons out of their money. And you're playing a what? It's my own way of fighting back against something I hate. We're going to defeat this game in its entirety without paying a single cent. I don't understand how that stops anything. They're still making money from everyone else, aren't they? I steal a glance at his phone. And there are a ton of ads all over your screen. Look. You don't understand. It's about the principle. And I wouldn't be playing in the first place if this dude hadn't showed up when you said he would. Admittedly, Reva should be here by now, but I can't do anything except wait for him to arrive. I texted back and forth with Jet a bit earlier today. She's too busy wrapping things up with her contacts to make it to Golden Zone Fire until way later. From the tone of her messages, it seems like talks with the sponsor are going well. With word that I managed to pick up our fourth player, she gave me the go-ahead to divulge her identity to Stunt and Reva. Helpful, since we still have a coach and practice partners to recruit. I hear the door to Golden Zone Fire slide open, and I glance over, hopeful. Only to find a bespectacled girl walk inside and look around. Tick, no dice. Where the hell is he? The girl stands at the cafe's entryway for a while, apparently searching for something. Eventually her eyes catch and then stay on me. Huh, looks like she's coming our way. Is Reva a girl? Oh geez, this is too bright. Stunt glances up from his cell phone once I turn to address the newcomer. She hesitates before speaking and delivers her words quietly. Excuse me, are you Mock? Oh, hi, that's me. I apologize for the delay. I disembarked the subway stop too early. Is this one of the teammates that you mentioned? She shifts her focus from me to Stunt. His expression is no doubt as perplexed as my own. Is she? Wait a second. Are you Reva? Yes, I am. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you were a girl. I just assumed. I trail off quietly. If the mix bothered Reva, she doesn't show it. She tilts her head slightly and edges closer to our table. May I sit? Of course, Reva. This is Stunt. He's our team's only Protoss. Sup? He silences the obnoxious bleeps and bloops of his phone's game in his pocket and bobs his head at Reva. Reva, huh? Doesn't sound too familiar. You must be some online hero. Stunt, I am familiar with you. How? I mean, of course you are. I'm the god of Protoss after all. No, we matched on ladder several times. Your play is predictable and unproductive. Oh. Whoa, hey, to expand is to give mercy, barcode scum. Don't be a hater. You should aspire to more than rush builds and gimmicks. The meta is no longer favors aggressive play. Man, Mock, you didn't tell me that this chick was so uptight. Is the rest of the team this lame? Both of them rest their eyes on me expectant. Now or never, I guess. You won't need to worry about lackluster teammates. Jet is actually the one who's setting this whole thing up. Jet? That's right. With crossed arms, I bear a confident grin, and with two of them, Stunt wears a mixture of surprise and excitement, while Reva simply seems to be processing the development. But isn't she on VIP? For now, but she's not happy with her practice environment or how much they're paying her, so she's not going to renew her contract at the end of the month. Interesting. Reva pushes her glasses against the bridge of her nose. Silence. Stunt looks like he wants to simultaneously call me a liar and a genius. How exactly did you end up recruiting for Jet? It's not like she has any need for some mediocre foreigner. Mediocre foreigner that slapped down your terrible cheese build stunt. And I'll be the first to admit, I'm lucky to sit where I am. The same is true for the two of you. Practice hard and maybe we can get something of ourselves in this team. Oh, so practice hard and maybe we can make something of ourselves and this team. Sounds good? I'm in no way the captain of the squad, so it feels a little weird to take such an authoritative tone. Still, Stunt backs down and dons a thoughtful expression. Yeah, alright, you're right. This could be big. I agree. Your offer had piqued my interest, but word that a player as accomplished as Jet will be among us has secured it. I will join. Perfect. Perfect. She'll be happy to hear it. That leaves only the matter of a sponsor, which Jet is taking care of as we speak, and a coach. We'll obviously want to keep an eye out for anyone else with some talent, but for now, this is our roster. The three of us share a long look at one another. Before any other thought can come to mind, Reva ends the silence. What is the name of our team? Oh, we haven't picked one out yet. That is troublesome. Should not such a thing been taken care of by now? I really should have gotten around to asking Jet. Stunt shares in Ava's indignation with a gesture towards her. Thank you. We need to get this done already. How would we call ourselves? Lamenting Reapers. The hell? What is with this kid and terrible team names? I'll talk with Jet tonight, okay? All you guys need to do is practice and wait for the announcement. You just also need to be prepared to move out. It's pretty short notice, but neither of them protest, so hopefully it won't be a problem. Stunt definitely lives with his mom. It's harder to tell with Reva. She seems to be about my age, maybe a bit younger. It's possible she lives on her own. Very well, as long as the matter is not being neglected. Was there more of importance to go over? If not, I'd prefer to return home. PC Bang is in proper practice environment. You're just a shut-in. Don't deny it. It's written all over you. I am not. What right do you have? But before she can say anything else, Stanton lurches forward, grabs Reva by the wrist, and begins dragging her towards the PCs. If you're gonna live in the team house, you better get used to practicing next to each other. Let me show you one of my favorite unproductive builds. This is cool. Hours of games together serve the three of us well. Most professional gamers have a certain level of respect for someone that can put up strong matches, even if they don't have great results. While Stunt and Reva have playstyles widely different as their personalities, both are formidable opponents. Golden Zone Fire's peak time passed about an hour ago. While it's not nearly as empty as it was when Reva arrived, there's enough room that we have a relatively quiet section to ourselves. Hey Reva, Estelle told me that you know all three races. Why are you only playing Terran? Terran is the best choice given the current metagame. It is also the only race that earns 100% of its wins. Blunt, but I can't deny her logic, especially when she puts up such a strong match. She's pretty biased when it comes to game balance though. I've got to say, Stunt's unit control is ridiculously precise. It's a shame that he only puts it to use with his so-called innovative strategies. Jet's on her way with some good news, so a text from her says, the only thing that's keeping my mind off of her imminent arrival is the game between Stunt and Reva unfolding ahead of me. Stunt's going to proxy 2 gates yet again. Reva scouted it for 4 of the last 5 times he's tried it. He's just being stubborn at this point. Still, the map is well suited for the build, and he's already managed to kill an SCV with some good probe micro. Reva's defense is formulaic as always. So far it's working, but she's in for a bit of a surprise after I sneak a glance at Stunt's screen. A half dozen probes stream up Rava's ramp and cut off an exit for 2 Marines kiting a pair of zealots. Protoss units close the distance and slice the pair of Marines into pieces, securing a massive advantage that Stunt carries into a victory. Stunt pushes away from his monitor and stands, hands on his hips. Easy. Rava doesn't let it faze her. She rotates in her chair and shrugs. Unorthodox and inconsistent, but it worked, I'll admit. Stunt barks in the glory of victory for a moment longer before something behind me catches his attention. I follow his gaze to find Jet and a man in a business suit walking towards us. He seems out of place, dressed so well in a PC bang. Mach and Rava, right? This is Mr. Kim, VP of Partnerships and Enoch Group. His company is looking to get into esports. Casual timbre of her voice and pained look on her face says it all. Do not screw this up. I tighten up my posture and lower my head and a bow at the exec. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Kim. What does your company do? And realize too late that I probably shouldn't have admitted I've never heard of Enoch. Jet seethes through her teeth, but Mr. Kim takes my question with an easy smile and offers me his business card. I did not mean Keemstar. No. I give the card a brief once-over before placing it carefully in my pocket. Kim Soo-hyung, VP of Partnerships, Enoch Group. 312-987-X. Kim@enochgroup.com. Okay, what kind of voice do I want from him? We're in a handful of markets and offer a variety of business services, consulting, marketing, and a few other things. Oh, that sounds important. And vague though I don't say it, truth be told, I'm pretty much clueless when it comes to business-related things. Son Rava's deer-in-the-headlights silence isn't exactly helping either. But it's as Jet says, esports is a fascinating industry with strong potential for continued growth. I'm particularly interested in strategic opportunities based on its unique qualities. I propose the idea of sponsoring a fresh team to Enoch's board, but for now, we're just shopping around. He pauses to observe my reaction. I get a strong feeling that this guy is a pro at negotiation. Who does this? What? Oh, movies. Alright. As if she suspects the very same thing, Jet steps forward to prevent me from saying anything that could take away her leverage. As I said before, we're still not ready to accept any offers. You have our interest, but we're keeping our options open for the time being. Of course, there's no rush. I merely wanted the chance to introduce myself. And we've got plenty to discuss. Thank you for the ride, Mr. Kim. It was no trouble. I will be in touch. And with that, the businessman departs just as quickly as he arrived. It's only once he's gone that I realize how tense my shoulders are. That guy looks like a secret agent or an insider. Can we name our team that? Secret Agents? Is this Stunt Mach? She thumbs it in his direction and turns back to him when I nod. Thumb. Shut up, Stunt. We're probably going to have to name our team after his company. Man, I've been coming up with all kind of mascots and taglines. Team Enoch? That's so lame. With a sigh, Stunt sinks down in his chair. Jet does her best to ignore him. So, these are the two you managed to pick up? Stunt and Rava, a cafe whelp and a ladder hero. And a literal who? Foreigner? The three of us don't have anything to say to that, so she continues. Alright, whatever. We're gonna have to make this work one way or another. All that's left for us to do is recruit a coach. Got anyone in mind? Not particularly. VP hasn't exactly been great for networking outside of the team. They're pretty much done for as soon as I leave. The ease with which she delivers that judgment leaves me taken back. I guess if she's going to sever ties with her old teammates, she can't afford to second guess herself. A brutal and unfortunate necessity. How did you know Mr. Kim then? We've only just met. I asked around if anyone knew of decent sponsorship opportunities, and an old Brood War friend pointed me in his direction. Unfortunate. Fortunate. Coach should be relatively easy to acquire with word that a sponsor is ready to back us. Raver stares unblinking at no one in particular. It's a bit creepy just how calculating she looks. Right. Anyway, I can handle the rest. You three just need to focus on practice. Hear me? Yep. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Good. I'll keep you posted on the developments. If everything goes as planned, we'll be registered and ready to rock by week's end. The next VSTL starts 2 weekends after that. The fire's burning in Jet's eyes with a refreshing sight. I can only promise so much to Stunt and Rava, but for them to see a proven player like Jet get behind the team has to be motivating. I need to get back to the VIP team house. It's about time I let them know that I'm not re-signing. Mock, give these two my number. Text me if you need something. Before I can even respond, Jet is halfway to the door. Rather than dwell on her words or sit in silence, Stunt bounds to his feet and clenches his fist forward. You heard her, chumps. More practice. I'm afraid not. I must be getting home. Jet is not the only one with preparations to make. Yeah, same. Don't let us stop you, though. Fine. Let it be known that when I begged and pleaded for practice partners, I was cruelly denied by my own teammates. Stunt's theatrical complaints don't end until I follow Rava out onto the street. Through the door's window, he gives a sour face and returns to his PC. He is a bit childish. Well, he's still a kid. Two of us start heading in the same direction by coincidence, though neither of us bring it up as we share our simple conversation. I ask about her build orders, she asks me about foreign tournaments. Rava reacts with surprise when I inform her on the antics of foreign FPS pro gamers. Would wildly shouting insults at each other mid-match not disrupt their ability to communicate? No idea. All I know is that they get loud enough to hear from the open bracket area. Curious. Our small chat is cut short when she heads for a subway tunnel located along my route home. But just before she descends the tile steps, Rava turns and offers me a rare smile. Goodbye, Mock. It was nice to meet you. Bye. Catch you online. When she's gone, I'm left to think over the day's events alone. Mr. Kim, Enoch, it's all too good to be true. It feels right to be wary. Too many aspiring pro gamers have had their fledgling careers dashed to pieces by stupid mistakes and broken promises. I can't let myself be one of them. Maybe I've earned the chance to rest, to congratulate myself. But I won't. Not yet. Lately, the streets haven't seemed so foreign or confusing. It might just be because I stick to the same route every time I walk to the Golden Zone fire, but I like to think I've started to figure out life as a foreigner. I've settled into a route that works for me. A few hours of ladder in the morning, then I hang out at the cafe with whoever shows up that day. practice, talk strategy, maybe grab some food, then we go our separate ways. It's enough to satisfy me, while still not offering plenty of free time to keep from burning out. It's not a champion's regimen, but it should suffice, hopefully. Jet is always pushing me to practice longer, but it's hard to see the point. What's 10 hours going to do for me that 6 hours doesn't? I haven't seen that Bolt guy at Golden Zone Fires since I challenged him, luckily. I was anxious about the possibility of running into him again. A confrontation when I'm supposed to be training is the last thing I need. Familiar landmarks crop up one by one. It's not long before the cafe comes into view, busy as it always is on the weekends. I squeeze past a half dozen middle schoolers and make my way to the quiet corner. Yo, what took you? We've been waiting for you for so long. Don't listen to him. He got here just before you did. Stunt scowls and sinks down his chair. I try not to smile. Rave is a no-show again. Messaged me this morning that she wanted to stay in and ladder. Is Cell coming? I know Crash has Team League tonight. Nope. He mentioned that he has some last-minute build prep to take care of. Who are they playing again? Ah, Kai and E, I think. Kine? I think. Right. There are a lot of advantages for players on a team. Recognition, housing, practice, salary, but getting to play in Team League is one of the biggest perks, period. A lot of young StarCraft talent breaks out in VSTL. Matches against top players are usually rare for those that aren't qualified for VSL, but not in Team League. For an amateur, a win there is more than a sign of good things to come. A win there is more than a sign of good things to come. Did Giselle tell you anything about his team's plan? Jet shakes her head before successfully snatching Stunt's phone out of his hand. She rolls it into space between her fingers and turns back to me. That grin, jeez. Don't be so naive, Mock. Sal and I may be friends, but that sort of information isn't something you can give away freely. Stunt gropes for his phone, a pallet set across his face. Jet dodges a few times before willingly relinquishing the device. Stop ignoring it. Stop ignoring us. It's rude. Whatever. You quit lecturing, Mock. Their eyes battle briefly before Jet concedes, glancing away with a dismissive gesture. Stunt savors his fleeting victory with a grin before dropping the phone to the table. But oh. It's rare to find someone willing to share their strategies openly. Maybe it's different in the foreign scene, but not here. I lost to an amazing one base all-in build on the ladder weekend. On ladder a week back. Sent the guy a message asking for a few players. He told me to kill myself. You don't need to look so pleased about it. Sheesh. However, there's one exception. That being, if a foreigner eliminates a Korean player, our scene will sometimes band together and send replays for his next opponent to study. It's a matter of national pride at that point. Been that way since Brood War. That's a rumor I've heard of before. Replays can be invaluable in preparing for a specific player. What could be more useful than an exact recording of someone's strategies and tactics? At least Jet has the courtesy to look vaguely apologetic. I nod, doing my best not to look too surprised. How much do Korean players practice for Team League? The same as the individual leagues, or... Depends. Not less. If they aren't taking home at least top 8 in solo league, StarCraft may be a one-on-one game, but teams can't always be sponsored on the backs of individuals. Don't think that gives you the right to neglect your solo league. Admittedly, VSTL is secondary to VSL. If any of you fail to qualify, I'll make you a slave to my practice house. Cool your jets, and have a little confidence in us. When you inspire confidence, I will. Remind me again how you placed in the last qualifier. Step wrinkles his nose. Takes the opportunity to return to his cell phone game. Even between teammates, StarCraft's competitive nature thrives. Silence lingers until I decide to speak up, if only to break this tension. Why don't we watch Hassel play tonight? I'm sure he'll appreciate the support. They simultaneously glance up at me, then at each other. More silence. I'm about ready to give up when Jet speaks. That's a good idea. I've been meaning to speak with Hassel anyway. Sounds like fun. Let's bet on the games, though. Gambling? I shouldn't be surprised. You play Protoss after all. 25,000 on Crash. Ha! I'll take that bet any day. Wait, I'm not done. 25,001 on Crash. But if Hassel all kills, you pay double. Stunt pauses, chewing over the odds with a contorted look on his face. All kills are incredibly rare. It's hard enough for one player to single-handedly defeat more than one opponent, let alone an entire team. With his decision made, Stunt slams down a fist hard enough to draw a few glances from a nearby table. Deal. The match won't be for another few hours, so you'll have plenty of time to regret your mistake while I'm kicking your ass. I want to try out this new build making rounds called 2-Base Immortal All-In. It crushes Zerg, so they're saying it crushes on Zerg, or they're saying on the forums. Let's go. Hey Mock, come watch and learn a thing too about how to play P versus Z, PvZ like a pro. That's useless to me. Oh jeez. He doesn't wait for me to finish my thought before bolting an open PC. I'm left with Jet, who takes your time in joining Stunt. He's funny. Funny doesn't win games. Jet seems conspicuously pensive as she rises her head over to a machine. Just as she returns to leave, she stops and looks back at me. Mock, do you think that teammates have to be friends? What do you mean? The question is straightforward. Yes or no? Do teammates need to be friends? I mean, it's a good idea. I mean, at least tolerate each other, but to spend that much time and be around each other, you kind of gotta be friends in a way. So I'm gonna say yeah. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. What? Of course they should. Why wouldn't you be friends with people that you live and practice with? It's not that simple. What are you supposed to do if your teammate can't perform and needs to be replaced? What if your friendship keeps you from offering honest criticism, the type that hurts to hear? Nobody's expected to be friends with their coworkers at an office job. You act cordial and work together to get something done. That's it. There's no reason that esports should be any different. It's not the same. Can you honestly say that you'd be as motivated to turn around a losing set for a bunch of strangers than your friends? You're not being realistic. In any case, you did well to recruit Stunt and Reva. I appreciate it. I'll take care of the rest. Be around Golden Zone Fire every single day for the next week or so. And practice. Practice a lot. She answers my nod and by taking off in Stunt's direction. Where is she? After all it took to convince her, Reva better not have changed her mind without telling me. Maybe she's the type to always be running late. This is the first time I've been back at the VSL studio since the qualifier. Reva's not the only one who feels out of place. I'm just about to send her another text when I catch the top of her head coming up the stairs. Got lost in the subway again? My apologies. This is my first time at the VSL studio. Oh, really? You've never tried to qualify or come to spectate? She shakes her head. That's a huge surprise, considering she's local. It's easy enough to follow the VSL online, but nothing beats the live experience. Watching the round of 4 in person was one of the first things I did here in Seoul. Chen and Sun are probably waiting for us. Come on. Nearly every seat in the spectator area of the VSL studio is taken. It's only with a wave from Jet that Reva and I are ushered to the back rows into our seats and over on the side. Stunton seated beside Jet and acknowledges us with a smile. With how differently the 4 of us are dressed, it'd be hard for anyone to tell that we're actually on a team. Well, I guess it's technically we're not on a team yet, not officially anyway. With a thought on our mind, I looked at Jet and keep my voice low. Do we have a uniform planned? Oh hell yeah, I want a team jacket. The uniform we pick comes out of the team's war chest. It's stupid for us to splurge when we don't have any results. Stunt's longing stare doesn't fade until Jet focuses the glare in his direction. The production crew is busy at work behind the scenes. There are way more VSL staff members than the stream lets on. People with clipboards and headsets pace the studio frantically, moving from the team benches to behind the booths and then stand back again. Sal sits on the end of the branch with the rest of the crash. Their coach, a balding man with small eyes, a red nose, and a clip-on tie, paces back and forth with his hands in his pockets and blazer. Most coaches are usually retired players or have management experience. This guy has got either the latter or nothing. It wouldn't surprise me to learn that he's never played a game of StarCraft in his life. The players of Team Kine sit on the opposite side of Kai Northeast. Their coach is far more subdued and one that I actually recognize. An old B-tier Brood War pro that aged out of his ability to compete. Stunt leans over Jet to whisper something, but before he can open his mouth, Victory Star League's theme song cuts in to announce that the broadcast is about to get started. Korean Star Leagues have a weird fascination with alt-rock. Same songs from my embarrassing freshman year playlist blast unabashedly to the stadiums of esports fans. This is bumping. Jeez. The crowd cheers die down only once the commentators give their introductions. When I look over my shoulder, I can see the table where they keep the 2 English casters. The duo is loved more for their laid-back banter than their game analysis. Not that it's anything I'd change. There's no way for me to hear them without getting a headpiece that'll make me look like a tourist. I'll have to settle for the Korean commentators. Welcome to VSTL. Today's the first match in an exciting duel between Crash and Kai Northeast. Both are very solid teams and have been around for the very beginning of StarCraft 2. I'm eager to see whether or not they show us good games. This is the furthest that Kai Northeast has been since the beginning of the StarCraft 2 Team League. Crash will need to make it to the VSTL finals if they wish to share the accomplishment. Indeed, they have a challenging path ahead of them, but I am certain that they are capable of returning for their former glory. My thoughts are on the same. Only one of Kai Northeast players remains in the VSL. What am I doing? So they should have plenty of time to practice for this match. Can the same be said for Crash? Certainly so. Crash's lineup is well tested and proven in the VSL. It's a sure bet that they have not neglected to prepare accordingly. Well, there won't be any jokes about cartoons from the 90s, but I should stay pretty well informed about throughout the series. An array of multicolored overhead lights announced the first match. Polished motion graphics and meticulously collected player statistics whiz around the display at the front of the studio. The VSL studio has really has hype building down to a science. Sorry, that song restarting sounded funny to me. Who do you think Crash is going to send out first, Jet? Not a cell, unless they want him getting sniped right off the bat. I nod. A common strategy in the team is to have mid-tier players spend all of his practice time preparing specifically for one heavy hitter. There are other things to take into account too, like the map or remaining opponents. There's no doubt that Team Kai Northeast has one of their players ready to take down a cell. By the time I glance back up at the stage, the first two players headed into the booths. SL remains on the bench, eyes on the screen as the crowd. It is starting. Sure enough though, once the players have their settings prepared and the coaches give the go-ahead, the match begins. Spawning in at the 7 o'clock position for Team Crash is the blue Protoss player, Jang L. His opponent from Team Kai Northeast at the 2 o'clock base is Shing. Protoss vs Protoss, close positions. This match won't last for long. Mirror matchups are so stupid, PvP most of all. You don't know the intricacies, it can sometimes be really intense. Literally every strategy is a coin flip. PvP should be considered gambling and made illegal. PvP usually ends with both players on one base. The decision is to expand often too great of a risk, especially with the players as close as they are. More so than in any other matchup, mind games are essential to securing an advantage. Reach too far with aggression against the balanced strategy, you lose. Go in the middle of the road against the tech bill, you lose. Tech up against an attack, you lose. Yeah! Jang L and Ching both have opted for a 4 warp gate strategy. Prepare to watch these two clash. It will all come down to their control. Or that can happen too. Even with Jet's grumbling, Stunton looks like he's enjoying himself. After all, this is the type of game he loves. Rave is paying attention, though likely only to note the inefficiencies of Crash in Kai Northeast. Both of the Protoss players complete the buildings necessary for their attack simultaneously, but it's the Team Crash player who's out of the map first. A proxy pylon near Kai Northeast player's base will allow for quick frontline reinforcements. Things would be going perfect for Crash, if not for one small problem. The attack was spotted. Rather than answer with his own attack, the Kai Northeast player is holding his units back at home, and he's hiding half of them in a small corner of his base. I realize what's happening just as the Crash player makes his move. Without the proper intel on his opponent, he feints a motion at his opponent's ramp in the hopes of learning what he's up against. But the Kai Northeast player doesn't even bulge. No force field, no panicked chrono boost, nothing. No defense at all. After a moment's hesitation, the Crash player charges up the ramp fully, confident, and he's caught his opponent for a moment of weakness. For a moment, it looks like the right move. He heads forward to disable the Kai Northeast infrastructure. He has his exit cut off. The Kai Northeast player reveals his hidden units and surges into Crash Course. Even though the battle begins with the 2 at even unit count, that force field preventing the Crash player's retreat also keeps his reinforcements from joining his main army. Despite some excellent unit control, the dwindling Crash army is devoured by the ambush. Jang L taps out a GG, and the first game goes to Kai Northeast. An exceptional trap set by Shing. The key of his position is 3 extra gateways. The allowed Crash player catches sight of a single gateway, which led him to believe that he was thinking that there was hidden tech at the back of his base. Excellent tactical thinking. Indeed, it would be too risky to find out what was coming next. He had to act. He should have cleared out the path to his opponent's base before showing his units. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That could not have been more stupid. This is what happens in a matchup where scouting past the 3-minute mark is impossible. Kai Northeast is unfortunate that Jang L hesitated. Had he disabled the forward gateway in time, Crash would have been victorious. I aim my attention back at the Crash bench to see who they're sending out next. Asel turns back and whispers to one of his teammates, and he starts heading to the booth. Finally, some ZVP. Better hope that Shing's all-ins aren't as pitiful as yours, Stunt. 2 minutes later, Crash Zerg stands cross-map with the Kai Northeast player. The match opens off slowly, but a sudden greedy opening from the Kai Northeast Protoss elicits a call for attention from the commentators. Yeah, how bold! The map does not lend itself to a Nexus first, yet he has planted one down without pause. And it seems that it will be going unpunished. With one victory ahead, it seems that Kai Northeast decided now was an appropriate time to take a risk. That spells bad news for Crash. With the Protoss economy established so quickly, Zerg will struggle to survive his powerful mid-game attack. The commentator's warning shows itself as to be a well-informed one. The Crash player realizes his disadvantaged position too late. From inside the booth, he looks visibly shaken. Xing marches along the map at 8-minute mark with an absurd number of blink stalkers, not bothering to clear the watchtowers on the way over. His unscouted forward pylon allows him to power forward unchecked. The Crash Zerg's clumsy defense is painful to watch. The game was decided by the 2-minute mark, even if it took the Protoss another 7 to play it out. Oh, that was embarrassing.
Not preferred all-in style, but I'll admit it has its merits.
A sudden realization that the 3 of 4 of us are on camera puts our conversation on pause. VSL loves to show foreigners and girls in the breaks between games and stream for whatever reason. Reva shields her face and glances away while I wave and watch myself on screen with an undeniably awkward expression. Oy. The cameraman makes the mistake of panning past us to focus solely on Jet. Those are death dagger eyes. Not a second later, the scene switches back to the casters. What kind of idiot doesn't drone scout? He went pool first. It was an easy slow Ling rally for the win. The map lends itself to a typical Zerg playstyle. He mistakenly believed that if he could defend an early rush from Protoss, he would have an advantage going into the mid-game. I can already taste the extra large BB map. I'll have cash, Jet. Quiet. 0 to 2 isn't impossible to come back from. But Jet's confidence falters a minute into the third game. The Kai Northeast Protoss immediately sends a probe cross-map, intent on deciding the game with an early rush. Scout around your natural, moron. It takes 2 seconds. And as if he somehow heard the order through the booth's soundproof phone, the Crash Zerg catches sight of the proxy gateway just as they finish constructing. A moment later and the game would have been decided. How will the Zerg react? He responds by throwing down static defense in his main. A good option, since the pair of stationary spine crawlers are too strong to contest with just a few zealots. The hatchery finishes despite the Protoss' efforts to force a cancel. It looks like Crash is going to stabilize there, or would if not forced. No, what are you doing? Stop! Jet takes 2 fistfuls of her own hair when the Zerg uproots a spine crawler and begins moving it down the map. The Protoss reaction is instant. The Kai Northeast player rushes in to take fight with the remaining static defense. Even with a handful of Zerglings and clean aiding, the spine crawler falls with only a single casualty for the Protoss. An unmistakable blunder. He aimed to defend his natural expansion with the second spine crawler, but failed to wait until he had enough Zerglings. Such impatience is going to cost Crash the game, and perhaps the series. With the free pickoff, it's not long until the Kai Northeast player snowballs his lead into a victory. One of his teammates charges into the booth, claps his back a dozen times, both of them smiling through some banter. It's a stark difference from the Crash bench. All save a cell look ready to accept defeat. With a calm look back at his coach and a nod, he rises to replace his fallen teammate. It seems that the crash will send SL as the final player. Will he be able to prevent the all-kill from Xing? We must take into account Kai Northeast's morale. The momentum in the series certainly favors a fourth and final victory. SL, do not lose. A few of the other people seated in front of Jet wince at the volume of her jeer, turn around and stare, then realize they were about to shush a VSL champion. By the time she's finished signing a phone case from one of them, SL is in the booth and ready to go. Think you can bring it back, Riva? No single player on Kai Northeast can match SL. I find myself in agreement with that, but Riva's specific wording and lack of conclusion leaves me wondering. What could be the final match of the day begins now. SL against Xing, who will emerge victorious. SL looks at home in the booth. He shows the four of us a smile and thumbs up just before the game loads in. What a sport. Despite the dire position his team is in, SL wastes no time fighting back for control of the series. He deflects the Kai Northeast player's pressure with a well-positioned Marine force at the top of his ramp, killing off a zealot and scaring away his talker. A vital maneuver. The Protoss now lacks the information on whether or not SL is expanding. How will he cover his options? SL cloaked Banshee is nearly complete. The Kai Northeast player hesitates, and a second later throws down an expansion. Jet leaves a sigh of relief, confident that the game is decided. Classic Protoss move. Don't think, guess. If it's true that if SL had been expanding, the Kai Northeast player would have earned a slight edge. Instead, he's forced to watch helplessly as SL's Banshee flies straight into his base and blasts his worker line to pieces. With a highly delayed and evidently begrudged GG from Kai Northeast, SL puts Crash on the board. Ha! Salty, and he didn't even get his all-kill. Why did the Protoss leave so early? He could have just had Leafs gone for a base trade or something. Are you kidding? Terrans have had base trades figured out for almost a year now. God, I wish my gateways could fly. I guess, but there's no reason to throw in the towel so early. Even if he was going to lose, he could at least try to wear Cell out of the game to come. Cell could easily bring this back. But even with his team's first loss, the Kai Northeast coach looks confident. He gestures for one of his youngest players, speaks to him for almost an entire minute, then sends him to the booth. The Kai Northeast coach sends an amateur Terran to face a Cell. He must have confidence in either his young talent or remaining two players. Let's see. We must assume he wants to give the young Terran some experience. Certainly there is no other reason to send him against as strong a contender as a Cell. Raven watches the Kai Northeast coach impassively, never allowing her attention to leave him until the 5th game loads in. Yeah! Yeah! Kai Northeast opens with Command Center first. It seems the Kai Northeast team has a strong preference to set the pace of the game and force their opponents to react. How will Cell respond? Cell is going to scout it and throw it down his own CC. What else? He'll out-macro this kid anyway. Raven answers Jet with a nod, though not in a way that makes her seem particularly pleased. As predicted, Cell's thorough scout discovers the Kai Northeast Command Center early enough to stay in an economy-focused game. Even with the amateur Terran's slight advantage, Cell claws his way back onto even footing and claims a lead when he catches a drop en route to his base. Crash fans roar cheer while Cell charges his opponent's tank line in a way reminiscent of old Brood War Mechmed. Old habits die hard. Even with the game all but decided, the Kai Northeast Terrans remains until Cell moves forward to destroy his base. Just before offering his GG, the Kai Northeast amateur scans to reveal all of cell structures. As I thought. I wince as Jet belts out an ear-shattering cheer, and then turn to Reva. What do you mean? Kai Northeast will send their Terran race. Not such a hard guess, really. But even the previously confident Jet watches Kai Northeast's bench now. Sure enough, their team's ace pulls himself onto his feet, peels off his own team jacket, and tosses it to a squealing fangirl. Oh, jeez. Did she just sniff it? I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. The Crash Coach paces back and forth with his hands behind his back. His bench looks far more invested in the series than they did 2 games ago. What a treat! The highest level of Terran versus Terran is about to unfold before us. I am excited to see how SL measures up. His TVT has always been his strongest matchup. Jet and Raven watch restlessly as the game loads up. Even Stunt has stopped cheering against Crash. Kai Northeast will go command center first. If Cell does not 2 racks, he will be at a disadvantage. Are you from the future or something? What's up with these super specific predictions? Shut up, just watch. Cell opens with a standard play and repeats the scout of his opponent's CC at a timing near identical to the last game. Feigned bunker aggression provokes brief panic at the Kai Northeast ace, forcing him to pull a handful of SCVs to contest with what could be a direct counter to his build. A good move, but it will not be enough. When the fake rush ends, the Kai Northeast player throws his head back, heaves a sigh of relief, and smiles. He begins teching aggressively, a dangerous option without scouting a cell. Can you please explain what's going on? Why do you know what's happening before it happens? The Kai Northeast ace used the amateur to bait out a cell's response to CC first. This isn't something that would be possible if they weren't ahead by so many games. They sent their best player to face a cell with full knowledge of his reaction, but a cell can adapt on the fly, right? Easier said than done. Sure enough, Acel's answer is the exact same as it was to the amateurs before, improvising a rare skill for StarCraft players, even for someone as skilled and as well-rounded as Acel. The Kai Northeast player will build 2 starports behind his natural to avoid Acel's typical scan patterns. He'll then clear out Acel's map vision with Hellions and then camp Acel's production with Banshees and Vikings. This isn't over. Acel will scout the gas timings and might realize that something's off. But the strategy proves to be too specific for Acel to cover without scouting directly. The missile turret in his worker line won't protect his production structures. Acel scan misses the mark by mere pixels. There's no chance he'll be prepared in time. With the center of the map clear, the Kai Northeast Terran fly straight for Acel's base. Unbelievable! We hardly seen such a unit composition, but it is the perfect answer in this scenario. The Vikings keeps Acel's inferior air force at bay, while the Banshees pound Acel's structures and tanks without answer. An attempt to establish a missile turret defense costs Acel a ton of workers. When he eventually stabilizes, his army is less than half the size of Kai Northeast's aces. The game is over, yet Acel remains until the bitter end, trading as cost efficiently as superior force as he can. Tell me once the Kai Northeast ace dances his units back and forth that Acel finally taps out. A cheer from the Ace's fans announces the conclusion of the series. 4-2, Kai Northeast. Luckily, Stunt has the sense not to gloat about the money that he just won from Jet. The 4 of us sit in silence as we watch Acel agonize over his loss. While Kai Northeast is huddled together with smiles and cheers, all of Crash sit with their heads down to save Acel, who hasn't left the booth. His coach looks furious. He barges through the booth's back door and raves at Acel from behind his back. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Frustration is one thing, but Acel won 2 games before he went out. Even if he had gone down without a win, there's no reason to yell at him. How is that supposed to help? Just as my anger on Acel's behalf reaches the point, I think that I think to say something to Jet, Sal rises from his seat and slides past his coach without so much as a glance in his direction. Should we go talk to him? Yeah, come on. The three Korean commentators are in the middle of winding down the series with a post-match analysis when we rise and exit through the studio's back door. We find Asel standing alone with a palm on his forehead. When he catches our footsteps, Asel turns to regard us all with his typical grin. I lost. Oh well. His carefree attitude is unique among professional gamers. If the average pro isn't angry or depressed by a loss, they're at least frustrated. Part of me wonders whether or not Asel is covering up his true feelings, but he seems genuinely fine. Bad luck, Asel. You played well. Yeah, thanks. What's the deal with your coach? He seems really upset with you. Asel scoffs, allowing the disgust in his voice to show on his face. He's useless, especially considering the job that I do his job for the team league. Busted my ass preparing for tonight, picked out the builds and snipers and everything, drilled the team for more than a week. And your coach has laid the blame for the loss at your feet. Asel nods and glances away. Spectators begin filtering out of the studio, offering us curious looks as they head outside. Looks like the studio is done for the night. It's ridiculous, and not a single person on Crash had the guts to back me up. I didn't switch from Brood War to suffer spineless teammates and a coach with an ongoing midlife crisis. And you shouldn't have to. Asel, ditch Crash and come coach for us. 4 pairs of eyes land on Jet, but all but Reva's bewildered. Asel recovers quickly before crossing his arms. You know I can't. I have a contract. It's not up until next year. A player contract. One that bars you from playing in star leagues for any team but Crash. Even so, I can't break the terms. I'm required to play for them. They can take legal action against me if I don't. And you will, if they insist on it. Live, train, and coach at our team house. All you have to do is show up once a week to play your matches at the studio, and Crash, you can't do anything. Reva pushes her glasses against the bridge of her nose, pensive. Stunt stares wide-eyed if a pivotal scene in the drama is playing out. As for me, we could really use you, Asel. You deserve better. If I do this and the team doesn't work out, my career is over. He says it as much to himself as he does to the rest of us. It's true, and probably true for everyone else as well. Asel stares at the floor for a while, deep in thought. When he finally looks up, it's with a casual shrug. Screw it. I've put off my mandatory military training for too long anyway. I'm down. Stunt lets loose an ear-shattering cheer and flings his arms into the air. Reva's glasses nearly fall off in surprise, though she manages to catch them by the frame. Hell yeah! Team Enoch #1! What a motley crew. A cafe whelp, a ladder hero, a no-name foreigner, and now some laid-back young. You forgot a washed-up champ. Try as she might, Jet can't hide the satisfied grin showing on her face. Everything really has come together. This is it. This is what I came to Korea for. The months of endless ladder, the late-night online tournaments. I'm on a team. A real team. We need to celebrate. Oh, you want to treat the team? How kind of you, Mock. Jet glances around to see if her quip earned a laugh, only to find Asel wagging a finger at her. Have you already forgotten who convinced you to take the risk and form your own team? I'd say that's worth a bottle of soju or 2, or 10. Jet brings a finger to her lip, either considering which bar to take us to or how to get out of paying. Alright, enjoy the hell out of tonight. It'll be the last time until we've got a championship trophy that we celebrate anything. Got that? Good choice. Hell yeah! Understood. With a nod from Jet, the 5 of us walk shoulder to shoulder in high spirits, just as we're about to descend the stairs. Jet pauses. Wait, Estelle, do you need to go talk to your team or anything? That stops the rest of us in our tracks. We turn and find Estelle at complete ease. Nah, I'll take care of it later. With a knowing smile, he leads us down the stairs and out onto the street. The bar that Jet had in mind was halfway across the city, though after a subway ride, it didn't take us much more than 30 minutes to arrive. The trendy-looking lounge is packed with 20-somethings, most of them older than even Estelle. Stunt walks ahead of us with a swagger, nothing with pride on the way over to our table as he has a fake ID and goes to bars all the time. With who? Your mom? With your mom, bitch? My mom is in the US though. Oh, her flight landed early? I can't help but laugh. That was funny. Stan is incredibly immature even for his age, but there's something undeniably uplifting about his enthusiasm. With all the booths full, we pick out a table close to an empty dance floor. It's cramped with the 5 of us, but we make do. Man, I can't remember the last time I went out like this. Spent so much of this year cooped up in the crash team house. Same. VIP's mandatory hours were brutal by Star 2 standards. No one even made good use of them. A scruffy waiter dressed no differently than the bar's patrons stopped by to take our drink orders before Stunt can return to bragging about his iron stomach. Jet shows 3 fingers for the number of soju bottles she wants. With a click of his tongue, the waiter departs with our order in hand. There's 5 of us though, Jet. You think I can't count? You don't drink soju from the bottle. Oh, well, I've never had it before. That is not a surprise. Soju is unpopular outside of Korea. We'll show you how to do it right, Mock. While awaiting the server's return, I notice Cell glancing repeatedly in Reva's direction. Mock, what ended up happening with Reva? And who's our friend here? I am Reva, and allow me to say that it is a great pleasure to meet you in person. Your play has been an inspiration to me. Ooh. Is Reva an Estelle fangirl? She'd have been maybe 15 at the prime of his Brood War career. Well, a shame that these punks didn't have the decency to introduce us properly. It's nice to finally meet you, Reva. No lie, your mech is the best I've seen outside of VSL. You've got to show me your timings on your double armory build at some point. You too. I think you broke her. It's okay, Reva. I've been there. Reva managed to, mostly, pull herself out of the fangirl shock by the time our waiter returns. When he's gone, Estelle pours out a shot glass worth of soju and hands it to me. Ooh, that's a nice looking design. I like that. Go on, and 1 gulp. There isn't much liquid in the glass, so I throw it back without a second thought. It takes a few seconds for my taste buds to react. Ugh, this stuff is awful. It's all I can do not to retch. It's good. How does a guy learn Korean without coming across soju at least once? It's impressive, actually. I learned online, wasn't ever part of my lessons, I guess. That is one of the most difficult ways to learn a language. How did you manage? K-pop and StarCraft, they didn't offer Korean as a language option at my high school, so I studied in my spare time. K-pop? Disgusting. I knew you were Korea boo scum. At least I did something useful with my dumb hobbies. Can you say the same? How's your English? Hello, I am Stunt. Protoss. I am 1. Very bad. Used 2 names to help, and said lies. Bad student, and player needs to work harder. Reva asked for my approval with a look. I give it with a nod. Bad what? What'd she say, Mock? Bad luck, you were almost perfect. Ha, I knew it. I'm a natural. I pour out a shot for a cell, relieved when the culture test is over. Jet's 3 bottles are soon emptied and then replaced. The soju-fueled conversation range from StarCraft and team houses to fashion in college. Whatever else in between. You 3 are so lucky. Korean guys drop out of our 2 golden years on the military. It's totally unfair. Tell him, Cell. Sutton points at Jet, me, then Reva. Neither of them seem particularly ruffled. Cell only watches, slightly drunk and highly entertained. I would gladly spend 2 years in our military to reap the benefits of your gender. Seriously, do you have any idea how uncomfortable being pressured into some brain-dead photo shoot with a pink keyboard is? Smile, Agachi. Headphones don't sell themselves, you know. Why don't you lose the team jacket and pull down the shirt a bit? Oh, I want to see you with double eyelids next time. It's just like that. It's literally the worst. Dear God, Jet, please never do that again. Sponsors pay you to sit in front of a camera. How terrible. Don't tell me that there aren't advantages for girls in esports. It's so much easier to get on a team, and you get way more fans. You cannot understand without experiencing it firsthand, so you can only see the good. Come on, Mock, back me up here. I'm gonna say the word. There's probably a ton of harassment with it if it's anything like America. It's hard for everyone, Stunt, but you have to admit that girls trying to make it in esports have to worry about things that guys don't give a second thought. Psh, like, when I was an amateur in Brood War, some gross KPGA pen pusher said he'd help me get my pro license if I spent the night at his place. I had just turned 17. All of our eyes shift to Jet, surprised, though Stunt's emotes fall. I take a moment to silently appreciate that StarCraft 2 doesn't require a pro license to play in Star Leagues. Did you do it? No! What the hell is wrong with you? Jet snatches her glass off the table and snaps her arm back. The Stunt recoils and shrinks beneath the table. She returns her drink to her lips with a satisfied smirk. Is it a crime to wonder? Sal drops his fist at the table with a thump, ending the argument and earning our attention. We're going to play a drinking game. Why? Why? Because we were about to condemn ourselves to lives of timing attacks, hard contains, and positional play. We've got one night to get hammered, and we're going to make the most of it. You've convinced me. What do you want to play? Oh, let's play the King's Game. Shut up. The King's Game is for desperate teenagers. She glances over at Stunt and offers a smile to make her point. Nah, chopsticks. It's really simple. I say something that we might describe one of us more than the others, and we point out who we think what's said describes the best. I don't follow. Okay, it's like this. Which of us is most likely to hate soju? Cell takes the chopstick from the table and points at me, as do Jet, Reva, and Stunt. And then you drink, but we won't count that one. Oh, that makes sense. Why don't you start us off with a few? Let's see. No, that's too mostly end up in NEET. 4 chopsticks immediately fall onto Reva. One of her sticks slips out from in between her fingers and onto the floor. Me? Come on, you give off a powerful shut-in vibe. I do not understand. You're doing it right now. It's like you learned how to communicate from a text-to-speech program. Reva, what do you do besides games and esports? Do you have any hobbies? I watch anime. Anything else? See? Jet is doing her best to keep from piling on, but the urge is evident on her face. But I have StarCraft, so I cannot be an NEET. That would be considered employment. Sure, but the question was who was most likely. If you washed out of professional gaming, I could totally see you as an MMO addict. I have max level characters in the most popular 3, but what does not qualify me as an addict on its own? But that does not qualify me as an addict on its own. God, how? Those games are disgustingly grindy. You really aren't helping your case. Okay, the answer is, what StarCraft community site do you read and post on the most? It is an image board. Drink Rava. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna say worst fans. Which of us has the worst fans? It's not like anyone but Estelle and I can even. Jet's train of thought shatters when she knows 4 chopsticks are pointed in her direction. I mean, yeah, you're talking about how hard it was to be a woman in esports. What? Defiantly, Jet aims her own at Estelle. He merely grins in response. Be honest, when was the last time you had a meet and greet session where a fanboy didn't slobber all over you? Your brusque attitude attracts a certain type of fan, Jet. What's that supposed to mean? It means they like it when you call someone trash. Come on, you're the one that gives all those blunt pre-game interviews. I simply say what's on my mind. If that happens to be how confident I am, then so what? What does that have to do with my fans? Let's put it like this. Rava, what would you say to the crowd before a big finals match? I would like to thank my fans for cheering for me. I have worked hard to improve my condition and will send my opponent to Andromeda. I promise to show you good games. Nice. So you'll get earnest supporters that love to see you do well. But Jet, your fans want you to lose almost as much as they want you to win. That's absurd. People that cheer for my losses aren't my fans. Whatever you want to call them, they're yours and yours alone. Don't pretend like you don't know what they're talking about. I have plenty of nice and well-intentioned fans. You're just focusing on the minority of terrible ones. Oh, like the guy who brought you a body pillow with your picture to autograph a session? How could I forget? Jess' expression flashes a mixture of anger and embarrassment. She looks ready to throw a punch. God damn it, Estelle. I told you about that in confidence. If any of you ever bring this up again, you die. I kind of want to poke and prod a little bit. You know what I mean? Especially since we did that with Rava. So I think we haven't poked at me that much, or Estelle, so I'm gonna indulge my curiosity. Bad idea, don't do this in real life, but this is a video game, it's relatively safe. Did you sign it? Without consciously realizing it, I find myself dodging something. Jet's shot glass whizzes past my head and shatters on the wall behind me. From across the room, a few of the bar's patrons laugh drunkenly at the absurdity. She reaches for another, apparently intent on making sure she gets her point across. I'm left with no choice but to raise my hands in surrender. I don't need to know. I don't need to know. She sets the glass down and looks away from the rest of us, still hot-faced from the negative attention. Alright, these are not great ones. I guess we're gonna have to go there. Most likely to bang a fan. Which of us is most likely to bang a fan? Pushing right out of the gate, are we? You're supposed to do a few more warm-up questions before you get to the raunchy stuff. You say that only because you know you're going to lose this one. Despite finding himself staring down at the 4 pairs of chopsticks, Sal never loses his easygoing smile. I'll leave for you to admit it. I've sat with my fans before. The question is more like winning than losing anyway, since I'm not a leech. Do you have a story to go along with it? Pretty much what you would expect. One girl used to show up to all my Brood War matches. She cheered for me, brought gifts, and led the fan chants. Managed my fan club too. I was knocked out of the Star League pretty early a few years back. She's the only person that showed up to meet and greet afterwards. I asked her if she would like to go to dinner. She said yes. I went from there. We dated for more than a year. Had to break it off when she went abroad for university. Ah, now you got me feeling nostalgic. Thanks, Mark. What a beautiful story. It's hard to tell if the complete lack of emotion in Reva's voice is intentional. Oh, what a beautiful story. I know those kinds of fans. They're always like, oh, well, I imagine him practicing all day. My heart aches, and I want to make him hot soups. Literally, no one has or ever will say that.
They're gonna be saying it when I take my place as the Protospongler. Can't wait to have my legion of loyal fangirls called stunts.
A well-timed hiccup stops Stun in his tracks. He laughs obnoxiously when his head hits the table. Someone could really confiscate this kid's fake. Alright. This one's probably... It's either me or Sal. It's probably me. Which of us is most likely still a virgin? Before you can even react, Jet and Estelle and I point our chopsticks in Stunt's direction. Yeah, he seems desperate. In his seat, aghast. His senses weaken and Reva aims his answer towards her, only to have her repay the favor. This is bullshit. Calm down, you're like what, 12? You guys have no idea. I'm a player, you hear me? Oh my gosh. Doubtful. You were hanging out with middle schoolers at PC Bang when I found you. Be honest with us. Sut scrunches up his face, allowing his face rage to stew momentarily before bursting out with another protest. This is a rigged question. You all guys have at least 4 years of extra time to luck out. Virginity confirmed. Drink. Oh, cut the kid some slack. It'd be kind of weird if he wasn't. A breach of trust, ethically unsound, harassment on an unreasonable scale. He makes a box on the table with his finger, continuing his exaggerated, antiquated protest all the while. This is no bullying era. If you enter DMZ, I will retaliate with full force. We finish our game of chopsticks with a slew of highly inappropriate questions and equally bold answers. I like soju way more in my stomach than on my lips, though I'm not sure how I'll feel the same way in the morning. Our celebration goes late into the night, long enough that we're practically the only patrons left. A tendril of drool collects at the corner of an unconscious Stunt's lips. Rave's eyes are unfocused behind her glasses. But while there's a bit extra to Sal's typical grin, both he and Jet look as collected as ever. Dude, it's late. Sal pulls the phone out of Stunt's pocket and checks the time. Oh, it is. He then replaces the expensive-looking electronic on the young Protoss player's head. Jet, next time you travel for a European tournament, make sure you show up to the after-party. Say what you will about their play, but those guys know how to have a good time. Pass. I go for easy prize money, not discotheque and with Lars and Jorgen. You guys ready to leave? Yeah, should, if we don't want to wake up afternoon. This is the worst part of every night out. How the hell are we supposed to get Stunt home? Don't forget, Jet, the bill is all yours. Why'd you remind me? I can hail a cab for Stunt, I guess. thank you for treating us to dinner, Jet. Now there's a Terran player that knows how to man her up. It's probably because she can play Zerg. Take note, boys. Rava, are you alright? Need any help getting home? Oh, I would not mind assisting you. Denied. You're on your own, Mach. Need to talk team business with Rava. Oh, right then. I'm out. Stuff to do. Later, team. Kid, wake up. I'm taking you home. What? I raise myself, and after pocketing Stunt's phone off his head, heave him onto his feet. He's light, which makes the effort easier than I was expecting. Jet calls after me as we go. Don't dump in an alley. We need a Protoss. Yeah. I practically carry Stunt outside, offering the bar's patrons and a staff a shameless smile while I make my way through the doorway. Doesn't take much effort to hail a cab and pitch the underage drinker inside. Once I've made room for myself, I climb in and close the door. I wake to the taste of stale soju on my breath. My apartment is mostly dark, save the crack of light coming through my window. Right there. It takes a great deal of effort to dredge myself out of bed, but a need to rinse my mouth is enough motivation. First time if I ever drank too much, I swore to myself I'd never touch alcohol again. Even if that was a pledge, I knew that I wouldn't keep. It seems like I won't get another chance for a while now. Well, at least until there's a trophy in our team house.
Without any idea where Stunt's house was, I had the cab drop him off at the stomping grounds. The last thing I remember was a glare capable of killing small animals from his mother. I returned from the sink with a glass of water and fall into my computer chair. It's too early for a ladder, but I might see what's going on. Wait a second, what? Oh my god, so what did you do? Cell blasts off to new squad, crash coach, claims poach, VIP, MVP, MIA. Oh my god, so what'd you do? Every StarCraft fan site is abuzz with the news that Jet and his cell are ditching their teams. Accusations of collusion, conspiracy, and corruption among Korean and Western fans alike. A laundry list of crash coaches' missteps ranks second to an interview where he shifts the blame onto his cell. With the scent of drama in the air, debate rages wildly on both sides. When Acel said he had a better idea in mind, he had no idea he meant something like this. Jet's new team is the new talk of the entire StarCraft community. I rushed into the game client, abusing the login button with a dozen clicks a second until I'm finally in. Acel is online, as is the rest of our team. Before I can even open a chat window, an invite from Jet throws me into an underway group conversation. Text messages appear almost as quickly as I can read them. What the hell's wrong with you? Hey, relax. You know what they say about publicity. Lol, holy shit, dude, this is hilarious. Rolling on the floor laughing. Where'd that Stunt? Mach and I are joining. Mach and I are joining is out. I've received multiple requests for interviews. You should do it. You don't understand. What's the deal with Enoch? Wasn't official. This is going to screw us. Hey, I didn't mention Enoch by name. Just finish the deal and we'll be fine. Yeah, what's stopping that Kim dude from signing us? Acel is kinda right. We have a buzz going on. They're saying I poached you. I wouldn't have gotten back at your coach some other way? Nope. I'll get back him one more when I stomp Crash in Team League. It would be prudent to speak with Mr. Kim as soon as possible, Jet. I know. We're meeting at the Namdan ASAP, the park by the VSL studio. Everyone, no exceptions. KK, lol. The diamond next to Jet's portrait changes from green to black. Acel quickly follows suit and then Stunt, leaving me in the chat room alone with Rava. Be fast. I'll blow up your phone with text otherwise. I will. Goodbye. With nothing else keeping me at home, I hurry to shut off my PC and dress. I take the stairs of my apartment building 2 at a time and make my way onto their street. What a mess. How terrible would it be to have spent all of last night celebrating for nothing?
Truth be told, whatever Estelle leaked, whether Estelle leaked the information now or let it come out on its own, we'd eventually get this reaction. Enoch wouldn't have signed us without our proper background research anyway. Maybe it's alright for this to be out in the open ahead of time. I set those thoughts aside when Namdan Park comes into view. Or Namdan? I don't know. Probably Namdan. The crowded tree line and trimmed green is a welcome departure from Seoul's endless concrete. Jet didn't specify where at the park she wanted us to meet, but that didn't take long before I find her staring down a seated Estelle. She's in the middle of chewing him out. Thought it'd be hard to tell by the grin he's wearing. Have you seen what they're saying online? The team has to stand out somehow. Better this than limping into the scene and wallowing in obscurity. We should stand out by winning games, not by stirring up shit. That wasn't your decision to make. Estelle is the first to notice my arrival and waves me over. Jet's acknowledgement follows, though it's far less welcoming. Did you know he was going to pull something like this? What? No. Relax, Jet, seriously. Worrying will give you gray hairs. I'll relax the moment that I'm staring at a contract for 6 months of funding. Jet's stance grows rigid at the buzz of her phone. She rips out her pocket and stares at the screen. Who is it? Kim. He wants us to meet at the Enoch office to sort out this mess. That's a good thing, right? He wouldn't bother to have us come out if the answer was going to be a no. She doesn't seem to agree with the time it takes her to reply. I share a glance with Estelle before Jet shoves the phone back into her pocket and turns to me. We need to get moving. Estelle, what year for Stunt and Rava? Fine by me. Estelle takes in a deep breath and returns to his bench, no doubt happy to relax while someone handles the stress of a meeting. I'm coming with you? I'm not enough of a jerk to leave Stunt and Rava alone at the park for an hour, but I need someone at my back. When you put it that way, alright. Then come on, it's not that far. Without a moment to spare, Jet storms off. Estelle offers me a leisurely wave as I hurry after her. Oh my gosh. Let me do most of the talking, but chime in if it makes sense. Alright. Nervous? No. Don't lie to me. I'm nervous. It's fine to be nervous. I'm fine. When the elevator opens, a well-dressed Enoch employee greets us with a smile and gestures down the hall. Mr. Kim is anticipating your arrival. This way, please. I follow Jet through a typical corporate office. Inside, a table seats Mr. Kim, his attention set on a laptop. He glances past the screen to acknowledge us with a beckon forward. Jet, Mach, please, sit. We take our seats opposite of him. The secretary closes the boardroom's door, leaving 3 of us on our own. After a few more taps of his laptop's touchscreen, Mr. Kim turns the computer towards us and gestures sharply to it. What is this? On display is the comment section of a popular Korean esports news site. Line after line portrays Jet and Estelle as shady and unskilled. And I thought that the English sites were bad. Before I can read another comment, Mr. Kim forces the laptop shut with a grimace. When I spoke of my interest to sponsor your team with the board, most were hesitant to take the risk with my assurance that the investment would be worth it in the end. Given the recent developments, I'll simply have to retract my recommendation and take the hit to my reputation. Your team has become a liability without having played a single game. He rests his finger on his brow, expression fraught. This is worse than Jet and I planned for. Do you have anything to say? This wasn't the reaction that we were hoping for, but it shows that people are paying attention to us. Not all attention is created equal. What is most important is that an Enoch team has a large number of supporters, not slack-jawed and passive observers, fans that are invested in the team's victory. You'll immediately have 5 people invested in Enoch Squad if you sign us. Through narrowed eyes, Mr. Kim shifts his eyes in my direction. Mock, I should say that you are a large part of the doubt plaguing a possible sponsorship deal. I blink once, taken back. Me? Are you truly surprised? Your ability is completely unproven. While Estelle and Jet may have their integrity questioned, it's you who fans Mock. In our fan base, if our fan base doesn't have faith in your ability to win games, then of what use are you? What? I'm a good player. I just need to prove it. I just need time to prove it. Time that you haven't earned. I hear myself tripping over my next protest. Right, then Jet cuts in. Mr. Kim, there must be something that we can do. Sal and I are high profile. Even with a rocky start, we both have loyal fans that will follow us to a new team. That may be so, but the public perception of Mock remains an issue. It's worth the trouble of keeping him... Is it worth the trouble of keeping him on when your reputation has been compromised? He links his fingers together and glances between the two of us, waiting for an answer. Jet closes her eyes and runs a hand through her hair. She takes a long moment to decide on what to say next, much to Mr. Kim's interest. We could arrange something to fix that. Oh? Elaborate. A show match. The perfect chance to showcase Mock's ability to compete. Against someone from your team? Fans will assume that the match is fixed on his behalf. No, I have someone else in mind. Someone who StarCraft fans know and respect, and that Mock owes a beating. She turns towards and locks eyes with me. Is she talking about a show match with Bolt? I mean, you're not allowed to turn this down. I wasn't planning on it, just how are you going to get him to agree? I know Bolt well. He'll jump at the chance to publicly humiliate someone he doesn't like. A best of 5 will do nicely, and I think it would be fair for Enoch to put half a month's worth of team funding in as the prize. Wouldn't you say? Jet turns away from me and towards Mr. Kim. For the first time since we stepped in the room, the businessman cracks a smile. If you ever decide to leave StarCraft behind, you're welcome to interview for any open sales positions at Enoch, Jet. Very well. If Mock is victorious in this show match, I'll consider your team's reputation redeemed. I don't bother asking what will happen if I lose. God, what did I do to deserve this pressure? Would you mind speaking with the producers at the VSL studio to see if they would be willing to host us? A week from today is short notice, but we don't have any longer to waste. I'll have it done. You're very lucky to have someone like Jet as your team captain, Mock. When I respond, he smirks. When I don't respond. Satisfied, Mr. Kim rises from his leather office chair. Jet and I quickly follow suit and exchange handshakes with him. As he meets his palm with mine, Mr. Kim leans in forward and whispers to me. For the record, I'd greatly prefer to see you succeed. Don't let a mistake in the next week end your career before it's begun. Nonchalantly, he parts from our grip and departs the conference room with long strides. His secretary skitters after him down the hallway, leaving Jet and me to find our way back to the elevator. Well, you came to Golden Zone Fire looking for a chance. Now you've got one. Happy? You stuck up for me. Yes, and? I guess I thought that you would have done what was best for the team. Who said I'm not? Mr. Kim? I don't recall putting him in charge of team management. What kind of team captain would I be if I tossed you out onto the street after recruiting Stunt and Reva? I don't know. You said yourself that you wouldn't put the goals of our friendship ahead of goals of our team. Oh, in that case, it's not too late for me to go tell Mr. Kim I've changed my mind. If you insist on paying me back, do so by practicing hard and beating the shit out of Bolt. It's been way too long since I've seen him lose in person. And for the record, I know what I said, but the more I think about it, the more messed up it seems that we'd have to waste our careers with people we hate. So, for now, I've decided that I like you. Don't make me regret that. So much for cold efficiency, and I'll do my best. As is expected of anyone that wears my team's colors. Now, come on, before someone mistakes a cell for a bum. Just before the elevator doors close, Mr. Kim turns the corner of his office and watches us go. Alright. My legs are sore by the time we make it back to the Namdan. Weeks of huddling up in my apartment obviously haven't been great for my personal fitness. I catch sight of Stunt by his wild hair. He's the first to notice Jet and calls me... notices Jet. He's first to notice Jet and me and calls us with a wave. Whew. Yo, is the team dead? Not yet, and not for a while if our plan works out. Asel sits up from his reclined position while Reva has hardly moved at all since she came into view. Plan? Mach is going to win a show match. Reva takes hold of her glasses, gears visibly turning her head as she works out the point of a show match. Asel and Stun simply look to me for the answer. Mr. Kim agreed to sponsor us if we can redeem the team's image. I have to win a series against Bolt. Bolt? That surly Protoss on Shock? He's a Brood War player, though. He plays Star 2 on his own time. With money and the chance to embarrass a foreigner on the line, he has to accept. And you're okay with this, Mach? Sal glances in my direction, genuine concern etched in his expression. He seems to be picking up the doubt I'm feeling. Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm going to practice as hard as I can for the next week. As will Bolt. I don't have anything to say to that. She's right after all. The five of us take a moment to reflect on the severity of the situation. Gradually, I find the eyes of my teammates drifting towards me. I cleap the sweat from my palms and steady myself with a breath. I'm sure that I can handle this, but not on my own. Obviously, listen, he's a Protoss. I'm down to grind endless games. You and me, Mach. Bolt's play has more depth than proxies and one base all-ins. Do you have a better idea? What the hell would he get out of practicing with a Terran or a Zerg? Sutton pulls out his phone and dons a stubborn expression. Jet rolls her eyes and glances past him. Everyone has a role in making sure that this team lives on, past a botched show match. Stunt, she winces and glances begrudgingly towards the young Protoss' direction. Be the only one of us that plays Protoss enough to spar with Mach, but this is still a group effort. Asel, you get to test out your coaching chops. He raises a thumb without bothering to stand. You know it. Reva, work with Mach on openings and strategies, and I'll see what I can do to get my hands on a few of Bolt's replays. Affirmative. We don't have any time to waste. Bolt's going to be preparing for this match with a KPGA regimen. Think you can handle 14 hours a day, Mach? I don't need to practice long, I just need to practice smart. You need to do both. Yeah, she's right. It's only for a week anyway. The idea of 14 hours of high-level StarCraft is enough to make my wrists sore. Still, I have to live up to my team's expectations. Alright, do we start tonight? Obviously. Just stares enough to get him to spit it out. I kind of maybe sort of promised my mom that I'd make all the chores I've been skipping out. Make up all the chores I've been skipping out on at our PC bang. Look, I thought the team was definitely over, okay? We're StarCraft players. We don't pretend you guys don't know the importance of time efficiency. I need to start smoothing over things with her if I'm going to move out. Come on, don't look at me like that. Useless. Whatever. We'll meet up at Golden Zone Fire tomorrow, and every day after that, up until the show match. Mock, just ladder tonight. Right. Reva, are you free? Yeah. Yes. Why you ask? Go with Mock and watch him ladder for the rest of the day. See if you can pick up on any holes in his play. The command seems to catch Reva off guard. She looks at the ground, at me, then at the ground. Very well. I've got to confirm the schedule of Bolt. Among other things, with me, a cell. Should have guessed. Right then. Son, go handle your bullshit. Golden Zone Fire tomorrow morning. Go, everyone. Go. Acel peels himself off the bench and falls in line beside Jet. Stun's quick to follow, though he turns out of the park in a different direction. I share a glance with Reva and scratch behind my head. I was actually planning on going back to my apartment. If I'm just going to ladder. Oh, should I return home? No, why don't you meet me there in an hour? You won't need to stay too long, I don't think. It's not hard to seem awkward about the proposal. Even the normally inexpressive Reva has trouble answering casually. Very well. I will run an errand in the meantime. After sharing the location of my apartment with a map on my phone, I bid her farewell. Reva fades along the green of Namdan when I trace back the path I took this morning. My glazed over eyes remain locked with the pavement as I amble my way home. I know that I should feel relieved that our team still has a chance of coming together, but I can't help but worry. I'm not carrying around the weight of my failed attempts to qualify for the VSL anymore. This is different. It's anxiety, a tightness in my chest that threatens to strangle me if I let everyone down. I don't know what I expected. It's not like it's going to get easier from here anyway. Every week in Team League, there will be a chance to cost my team another loss. More than anything else, I'm frustrated by Mr. Kim's doubt. It's one thing for my friends and parents to misunderstand me, but Mr. Kim made an informed judgment that I'm not worth the trouble. I jam my fists into my pockets and exhale deeply. If I ever doubted that esports was brutal, I don't any longer. Short as the walk is, I don't find my nerves calming as I settle into my pace. A pack of energy drinks might help me douse my angst, so I decide to cut a detour that'll take me past Go-Mart. I should probably pick up something for Ava too. It'd be a pretty classless move to make her watch me grind out ladder games without offering anything in return. What would Reva like? My older brother used to always make me watch him play games back when we were kids. This is different though. She's not watching me for fun. She's watching me to tell me how badly I suck. I brush past another customer on my way into Go-Mart and glance towards the register. Mr. Yeon smiles in my direction, but then immediately walks into the store's back room. I don't waste time browsing and head straight for the refrigerators. By the time I'm done shopping, Mr. Yeon comes out from the back room with a brown box in hand and makes his way back to the register. I set my bottles and cans down on the counter and offer the old man a nod. Hello, this is all for today. In a rush, are we? Oh, not really. Why? With word that I won't run off, Mr. Yeon smiles and hoists the box up onto the counter, pushing aside my drinks in the process. I blink, dumbfounded. Before I can ask what he's doing, he clicks open a latch and reveals the wooden board on the underside of the box's lid. He flips it up and sets the box between us in the place where a customer might expect to have groceries rung up. Cloth sack rests beside the game board, the contents of which clack one against another on the counter. He pulls an object out of the bag and shows it to me. Have you ever played Go? Go, huh? It's a board game that's mostly played in Asia, held in esteem similar to chess. Without meaning to, I asked the first question on my mind. Is this because I told you about my pro gaming career? Let's just say I wouldn't be showing it to you if you didn't. We'll go over the rules and play around. Just one. And my whim will be satisfied. Alright. This is strange, but if I want to keep shopping at Go-Mart, turning down Mr. Yan will make our future interactions uncomfortable. Better for one extremely awkward game of Go than an infinite amount of semi-awkward trips to the convenience store. Oh, that's us. Hey! I mean, I'm a little sad. I'm sad, boy. So sad. Oh. Anyway, so Mr. Yan pours the contents of the bag into wooden cups beside the board. On closer inspection, they appear worn and scratched up. The board itself isn't in great condition either. The corners are chipped and its lacquer is long faded. Even though I never played, I'm familiar with the premise of Go. Mr. Yan explains the basic rules thoroughly either way. The main objective is to control and capture space by surrounding your opponent's pieces. It's not unlike StarCraft in that sense, only there's no advantage in quick fingers. Even if I'm aware of the basics, I don't have the faintest clue about the game's strategy. What is this supposed to accomplish? Once Mr. Yan is finished explaining the rules, he motions towards my stones. Black takes the first move. You may begin whenever you're ready. Okay, for the record, I have no idea what I'm doing here. That's alright, just play on instinct. It's hard to hide the confusion I'm feeling, but I agree and shuffle a handful of black stones in my direction anyway. If the point of Go is to control space, it seems a good idea to some form of basic structure that I can play off of later. But not 5 turns into the game, Mr. Yan begins placing his pieces dangerously close to mine. When I look up from the board, he answers me only with a smile. Soon he begins capturing my stones with relentless efficiency, never allowing me to challenge his position when I'm so focused on protecting my own. I fight back to defend my territory, but the clerk's plan is always a step ahead. I fix the board with an intense stare, certain that I can somehow unlock the intricacies of Go by demanding it of myself. When the board is halfway full, it becomes readily apparent that I'm going to lose. Mr. Yan glances up from the board with a raised eyebrow, smile ever present. Would you care to stop? I mean, I don't mean to keep you for too long. No, it's fine. Let's finish. After turning down the chance to concede, it feels appropriate that I'd somehow stage an amazing comeback, but the beatdown only continues. Towards the end of the match, Mr. Yan manages to capture more than half of my stones in a single move. My displeasure makes itself apparent with a groan. I deliver my last few turns to the board hard enough to echo a clack throughout the store. Mr. Yan scratches his chin casually, scanning the carnage he's wrought on my pieces. I don't see any possible moves. I pass. And I pass too. That means the game is over, right? That is correct. I release the breath I've been holding in. Relieved. I'm so glad we live in an era where video games exist. The old man replaces his Go set in the bag and box and clears the counter of our diversion. Yet, instead of reaching for my drinks to scan, he sets his eyes on me. You play to avoid losing. I feel a frown form on my face. Why exactly am I getting a lesson on an Easter board game from a cashier? I don't say anything, so he continues. Specifically, you play to avoid the pain of loss. It's clear to see when you have no learned habits or memorized strategies. There's nothing inherently wrong with playing that way, but you should be aware of the fact I'm a firm believer that games showcase personality in its purest form. Was this whole thing just an excuse to share some wisdom you couldn't think of any other way to bring up? I said that with more disrespect than I should have. Nevertheless, Mr. Yan's slight smile doesn't falter. Perhaps, or perhaps I'm looking for a conversation. You didn't quit when I gave you the chance. That's good, but you can only go so far without playing for the win. StarCraft isn't so different from Go. I know that because life isn't so different from Go. Strive to win, Mach, not to lose. I don't understand. Try to. It's an important lesson. A serious glint flickers across Mr. Yan's face for a fraction of a second. When it's gone, he looks no different than before. There's no one else that moves those drinks off the shelf like you. I'm incentivized to have you succeed and stick around. You see. He lets out a laugh, one that continues only until I smile politely in response. When he's done, Mr. Yan rings up my drinks and hurries them into a bag. Right, off you go. I won't ask you to play again with me, unless you'd like to. Alright. I lower my head in a bow, not the type reserved for venerable? I don't know, elder, but at least one to show that I'm thankful. And then something about the door. In a roundabout way, I think Mr. Eon's little diversion might actually help. It's nice to see that he cares enough about me to offer advice, even if it's just because I shop at his store. Whether or not business about go and not losing is true remains to be seen. Is an aversion to losing really that ingrained in my DNA? Go, Mart. Huh. Alright, Mr. Eon, I'll admit, it's pretty clever. It seems much darker outside when I came into the store. I reached to check the time on. Shit, I have half a dozen missed calls from Reva. Did that go match seriously take more than an hour? An urgent need to get back to my apartment replaces my thoughts of Mr. Yan and board games. I weave through the pedestrians I can while I simultaneously texting an apology to Reva. My feet carry me as fast as I can. If Reva got tired of waiting at my front door and left, I'm screwed. I pant my way to my apartment stairs and pause in the hallway to find that she isn't there. Frustrated, I sigh and force open my door. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Why didn't I keep track of the time? Why now? Why when so much is on the line? As I rack back my brain for an excuse I can offer Jen, I look up to find that my apartment is already occupied. You are late. She rises from her seat on my bed and points at the computer. Ladder. How are you in my room? The door was not locked. I let myself in when you failed to answer my calls. You just came in? Yes. My breathing calms as panic subsides. Forgot to lock my door, huh? I guess this is better than trying to find my computer missing. Right. Okay, sorry. I got caught up with some old guy. Here. With a rustle, I reach into the bag carrying a drink for Reva. Charge. Caught up? Reva takes my offering without so much looking into it. Whether or not she's actually going to drink it, I'm done with my due diligence as a host. It's hard to explain. You do not need to explain your relationship with an old man if you'd rather not. Even though I'm pretty sure it's a joke, Reva doesn't smile to show it. I offer a nervous laugh and fall into my computer chair, trying to move on from the topic of my tardiness. So, right, ladder. Is there something you think I need to practice? You'll want to match against a Protoss players only. Quit the match if your opponent is Terran or a Zerg. Wait, but my ranking! With a few keystrokes, I display my proudly earned Grandmaster badge, accompanied by rank in double digits. If I leave 2/3 of my games tonight, I'm going to lose a bunch of ladder points. Are your ladder points really that important? Absolutely. Well, without a word, Raven takes the mouse from me and logs out of StarCraft 2. Her fingers dance across the keyboard. A second later, we're logged into her barcode account. The Grandmaster badge accompanying Rave's anonymous username is ranked even higher than mine. Play on this one. I do not care about the ladder rank, and neither should you. I scratch behind my head and have the sense of look embarrassed. She's right. It's pretty dumb for me to worry about a ladder rank at a time like this. With a nod and a click, I search for my sorry everybody, this is a double episode. It takes a handful of games before I'm finally matched up against a Protoss. Ugh, he's got one of those weird names with random capitalization. Ava sits just over my shoulder from the edge of my bed, eyes fast on the monitor. Your APM is low. I wince and respond with a flurry of unnecessary keystrokes. I've never cracked 300 APM, even when I'm focused on doing so. A minute or two passes without comments, even though it's hard to tell whether or not that means she thinks I'm playing well. Your engineering bays are late. Are they? They are. Damn it. I whip my mouse hard. A box a pair of SCVs, and slam down the 2 delayed structures. I check his army composition with a scan and decide I'm ready to challenge him. Delayed upgrades or not, I managed to keep a close enough eye on my opponent's tech that I have a massive swell of Vikings by the time his Colossus come into play. His army gets caught in an awkward position when he tries to establish his 3rd base, allowing me to power forward into his base. It's a win I'd normally celebrate with a self-assured smile. But with Rave over my shoulder, I'm forced to feign humility in my victory. I turn towards her and motion towards the screen. Well, what do you think? She adjusts her glasses and purses her lips, taking a long moment to decide on a response. He was bad, but you capitalized on his mistakes, so I have no major complaint. A good player won't let you obtain free information. Use your scans wisely. I thought I used them pretty well, didn't I? Scouting is one of the things I'm best at. Not particularly, and she always aimed to be even better. I grumble and turn to queue up another game. Yet another thing to focus on, I guess. I had thought that Rava's low-key attitude might have made her a little bit lenient with my mistakes, but she's not all that different from Jet, minus how she delivers her criticism. My next match is on the largest map in the current ladder pool. I'll have a pretty easy time defending my expansions with the way that the map's choke points are constructed. Rather than poke and prod with Marines or go for early aggression, I throw down with a quick 3rd base and far-flung corner of the map. Shortly, I begin my natural expansion. Pulling off this kind of tactic is extremely rewarding if it goes unscouted. I'm practically guaranteed to win. Why are you doing that? Practice something useful. I shift my gaze aside Rava uncomfortably close to both me and the monitor. What if I decide to hide an expansion against Bolt? Are you going to risk the team on a coin flip? Cancel it and aim for a long game. Rava offered the advice too firm to be called suggestion, and I find myself moving the mouse to do as instructed. This gaff is going to set me back a fair bit. I gear up for a drawn-out match by focusing on my upgrades and base defense. It's not long before my Protoss opponent and I have split the map in half and are jockeying for the position. Build more defenses. You can afford a dozen planetary fortresses. Is that really necessary? Mach, your opponent is Protoss. Protoss players will stop at nothing to cheat an honest Terran out of an earned win. Funny, I typically image balance and whiners as loud as obnoxious in real life. I wonder if she quit playing random out of guilt. Still, I oblige her to cram as many static defense structures as I can into a vital choke point. There's an observer over your army. I squint to find that she's right. Damn, how did I not catch that earlier? With a scan, I pick off the Protoss scout and reposition my units. It takes a few minutes to adjust my army composition to one that better suits the extreme late game, but I'm soon ready to clash with my opponent. At this point, StarCraft becomes less about strategy and more about patience. It's important to know when to stalk and when to pounce. I sense an opening at last and rush into my opponent's weak flank. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Rava tensing up, invested as much as I am in the outcome of battle. But as I might, my snipes don't connect with the High Templar scattered against my Protoss army. He drowns my units in a Psy Storm and steamrolls down the center of the map, destroying my constructed defenses along the way. I struggle pointlessly to mount a counter-offensive, but the damage is done. I'm forced to tap out a GG and quit the match with a huff. He controlled his army better than you did. I spin my chair to face Rava with a frown. If he didn't, I would have won. That was so close. Yes, it was. But at least she can concede the point with my credit. It's deserved. But damn, that match took a while. As long as go with Mr. Eon, if not longer. What time do you need to leave? Are you throwing me out? What? No, I'm just saying if you need to be home at a certain time, let me know. I do not. Okay. Sheesh. Why does talking to her feel so unnatural? This has to be intentional on her part. I need a break. Your opponents will use every wasted moment to become better than you. Breaks are dangerous. Just a short one. I'm thirsty anyway. We'll be back on the ladder with a vengeance afterwards. I'm actually thirsty too, so I'm gonna take one moment to run, fill my water bottle that's right there, and I'm gonna parch my own thirst, I guess. Well, unparch my own thirst. Okay. Just a short one. I'm thirsty anyway. We'll be back on the ladder with a vengeance afterwards. Thirsty, I see. My fist clenches involuntarily as I reach for a can, nearly forcing me to knock it over. I offer Raven an exhausted look before cracking open my drink. Not to be outdone, I take a poised sip before glancing casually in her direction. So, why do you pretend to be a guy on the internet? Now it's Raven's turn to tense up. Her face contorts, eyes glancing over as scanning her internal database for a scathing comeback. 404, comeback not found. I do no such thing. Details of my private life are just kept so private. Others simply assume. Well, that's all coming to an end if we're going to be on Team Enoch, isn't it? I suppose. You say about living in a team house? As long as it is being paid for, yes. Oh, in it for that esports money, eh? Of course, since primary school, I've dreamed of my own bunk bed and free cup of noodles. Reva's refreshingly realistic about pro gamer living conditions. Maybe she can talk some sense into Stunt. To be frank, anything is better than life back at home. Oh, trouble with your parents? No, my parents worked hard to give me opportunities they never had, and for that I'll always be grateful. But they live far from Seoul, so I was isolated from my friends for most of my life. You mean your online friends? Yes, but now I have the chance to make my own way. I take pride in the fact that I have turned all my skills into a living, no matter how meager. You should be. Most people living off StarCraft do it with the support of a team, but you've managed on your own. You have the right to be proud. Maybe, but sometimes even though I'm unhappy with my accomplishments, I lack the confidence to devote more of myself to this game. Really? I wouldn't have expected to hear something like that from you. Why? I don't know, you kind of seem like resolute types. No regrets, that sort of thing. I'm bad at putting into words my impression of Reva, but she seems to understand what I mean by the nod she offers. You are correct, I always give full effort into my pursuits. However, this is not a matter of regret. Normally, I can be satisfied even in failure if I have done my best. But what if the task was not worth working towards in the first place? What do you mean? Esports is like anything else, isn't it? It's a climb to the top. It is, but StarCraft is inherently less valuable than most other things. Art, athletics, education, science, a corporate career. Objectively, my time is better spent on almost anything other than pro gaming. But I do not believe I can truly distinguish myself at any other of those things, while it is possible as a pro gamer. I was born in the right country, I am the correct age, I have enough required talent. Even then, it is not logical for me to spend so much time and effort on what should statistically prove unrewarding. Yet, I cannot bring myself to turn down the chance to compete. Oh, jeez, Reva. I am metaphorically feeling you too well on that. Whew. Jesus. It's kind of how I feel with college right now. Okay, that's a little too honest. I have the same drive, so I can understand at least that, but you really won't do something if you can't be your best at it? And the way you talk about your motivation. Do you even like StarCraft? No, I don't. She answers bluntly, then looks away. I have nothing to say to that. High-level StarCraft isn't always fun in the traditional sense of the word, but it sounds like Riva genuinely doesn't enjoy the game. For her to be as good as she is without holding back, with that holding her back is hard to understand. StarCraft's greatest players have always credited their love the game as a major factor in their success. How far can she hope to go without that advantage? Silence filling the space between us, Reva takes the opportunity to try out the drink I bought for her. On the first taste, she screws her face up and hurries to set it down. How can you stand something so sugary? I shrugged, since I don't have a good answer. It's not like I can explain why something tastes good. Where are you living if not with your parents? Do you know what a Goshiwan is? No way. Really? It's a term that showed up in some of my online lessons. If I remember correctly, it's an absurdly tiny apartment, literally the size of a closet, with a low price to match. I live on the edge of Seoul, so rent is inexpensive. I pay with my winnings from online tournaments. Matches on the last week of every month, if I have not hit my quota, can be very stressful. That has been my life since I graduated from high school. Damn, you don't mind the lack of space? I do. I am enjoying the chance to stretch while it lasts. She demonstrates by falling back into my bed, fully extending her legs. I shake my head and try not to laugh. Oh, my phone's fully charged. It'll last. The team house will be a nice upgrade for the both of us. Reva sits up and rests her arms over my knees. On her knees. Break time is over. Return to the ladder. Alright. I spin my chair backwards towards my computer and resume my training. The blue light from my computer monitor shines in Reva's glasses. Her advice and my grumbling, all of that is said between us. The matches bleed into each other, one foe falling after another. I'm in a Protoss slaying groove. I don't often find myself on winning streaks on ladder. Part of me wonders if I'm playing this one only to impress her. Reva goes quiet in the middle of a particularly intense game, leaving only the sounds of my keyboard and mouse clicks to mingle with the game sounds blasting through my headphones. I managed to prolong my win streak with a multi-pronged attack that forces my opponent to tap out. With a triumphant grin, I push off the desk in turn. Boom! 3 and find that Reva has fallen asleep on duty. Well, that explains why she didn't point out that my dropships were delayed. Is it really that late? I rest my hand against my cheek. Should I wake her up and tell her to go home? She looks too peaceful for me to do that in good conscience. I can just sleep on the floor, I guess. I bunch up a hoodie from my dresser into a makeshift pillow and ease myself onto the space under my desk. The ground isn't exactly comfortable, but with enough shifting around, I can find a decent spot. Not long after, my eyelids grow heavy and sleep claims me. Oh, that's fun. A great night together. I'm on the floor. Why am I on the floor? The trash on my desk is gone and my bed is made. I literally never made my bed. Right, Reva. When I stand, an ache in my back forces me to wince. It's nothing serious, but I must have turned over in my sleep onto a weird angle. A text message from Reva awaits me when I check my phone for the time. I apologize for falling asleep. I'll see you later. Tense, as I expect to see her. I lock my phone screen and slip it in my pocket. Oh geez, it's almost 10 o'clock. Not my time, their time. Sorry. Whew. The week ahead is going to be tough. 6 days probably isn't enough time for any sort of serious breakthrough in terms of my mechanics or game sense. I was long enough to craft a game plan that might edge out Bolt. My biggest issue with the matchup is that I have no idea what to expect from him. How does a Brood War player go about learning StarCraft 2? Maybe I should ask Jet or so. Whether the case, the team is probably waiting for me at Golden Zone Fire. I should hurry over. Morning, Mock. Morning. An oblivious stunt fails to notice my arrival. He's too focused on his white whale. Where's Jet? Trying to wrangle some of Bolt's replays, I guess. We couldn't find him at the Shock Team house yesterday, so I spent the rest of the evening moving out of the crash house. That sounds awkward. You're not wrong. Well, Rav is probably going to be late today. She probably needs to go back home after. I try and fail to stop myself in time. The allure of Pop Pop Safari now fails to hold Stunt's attention. She slept at your place? Did you bang her? Oh, Stunt. No, it wasn't anything like that. We just practiced. Oh, genius moves. Ow, okay, sheesh. I follow up the shoulder punch with a pat and take note of Esel's serious expression. Mock, you didn't actually do anything, right? No, I didn't. Good. Don't get involved with your teammates. Why? Seriously? I'm sure you can figure out this one on your own. Trust me, Esel would know. He would know. Oh jeez, he probably has stories. If you break up, things get awkward. If you get together, things get awkward. If you break up, the team loses a player. It's bad news, even in the best case scenario. She came over to watch me ladder. It got late and she fell asleep during a long game. That's all. Then there's no problem. Being a coach means that I get to deal with fun stuff like telling you who you can't and can't date. Stunt's hand slinks for his phone, but Esel snaps for attention before the Protoss can get back to tapping red animal bubbles. Enough, Stunt. Time for practice. Mock, you too. Right. By noon, my wrists are sore from a morning of anti-rush defense. Without anything specific to practice against, Stunt slammed me with the game after game of proxy gates, cannon rushes, and one-base all-ins. I feel prepared in the incredibly unlikely case that Bolt risks the match on something like a 2-gate. Stunt's a one-note Protoss, but he plays that note pretty damn well. Can you try something else for a change? My brain is starting to fry. Heh, I'm not even warmed up yet. You're only able to defend against these builds because you're expecting them. Obviously, the point of a cheese is to catch the opponent off guard. What's the point of cheesing when it's literally all you can do? You don't understand. Cheesing is an art. An art I will be the first to master. Serious though, Mock needs to prepare for more than just your one-base all-ins. Try standard for a change. He's gonna be trash at standard. Fine. Just then, Jet steps through the doors of Golden Zone Fire at a fierce pace, saving me from more of Stunt's abusive builds. But the relief I feel at her arrival shatters when I catch the figure at her heels. Before I can form a question at Bolt's presence, both he and Jet are standing before us. She shoots an annoyed glance at him before speaking. He insists on speaking with you before he would agree to play. Bolt lifts his chin at me, savoring the moment. I need something from him, a show match, and he's well aware of the power it grants him. So, Mock, still desperate to make a name of yourself? I match his aloof expression with a hard one, determined to show that he can't intimidate me. Our sponsor needs a demonstration of the team's potential. It's not about me. Don't kid yourself. This is all about you. I'd be facing Jet, Esel, or Or the wannabe dishwashers you're managed... Ooh. Or one of the wannabe dishwashers you managed to clown into signing it if it wasn't. Do you think I haven't read what they're saying online? I draw in a sharp breath. To Bolt's amusement, he shakes out of his wrist and offers a shrug. I normally have better things to do than play out a show match in a lesser game, but hey, you've caught me at a good time. My next Brood War match isn't for a few weeks. Just got enough time to brush up on my SC2 and ship you back across the Pacific. Did you know that my team manager won't even let me play Star 2 in the Shock Team house? They say it's distracting to the other players. I reach for another calming breath, but find myself choking on rage instead. It's that smile of his. What, so you came here to talk trash? Quit wasting my time and accept in the match. I accept. And I'll do you one better than you'll do me. Catch. Pulls out something from his pocket and tosses it at me. My reflexes don't fail me, and I snag the small black object in midair. When I open my hand, it's a thumb drive. What? 50 replays. Study them all if you like. You'll have no excuse when you lose. By the way, Jet, let me give you a tip. Next time you go behind my back for replays, don't just try to get them from someone who shares my feelings on your opportunist bullshit. Your foreigner mascot is lucky that I'm feeling generous. With an infuriating air of superiority, Bolt turns to leave. My teammates visibly share my frustration, but none of them rush to my defense. Maybe it's for a good reason. I can't keep relying on Jet or Estelle to bail me out of trouble. Beating Bolt isn't their responsibility. It's mine. Hey, Bolt. He turns, mild surprise showing on his face when I flick the thumb drive out of my hand at his feet. I won't lose to you again. Remember it. Tell yourself that. He shows his teeth in a smirk and crushes the flash drive under his heel. Just like you told yourself you could really qualify for VSL. Ugh. Bits of plastic and metal are all that remains of the USB when he lifts his foot to continue his way out. The tension remains long after Bolt's departure. Finally, Jet enters my personal space, eyes sharp and locked with mine. Why did you do that? We needed his replays. Sal steps forward and places his hand on Jet's shoulder. Bolt was trying to get into Mock's head. You know that, Jet. It was the right call. Dang, he didn't really feel like leaning over to pick it up, huh? Those things are like 10,000 won. The quip earns him a perplexed stare from Jet and Estelle. I'm too distracted to even react. Whatever. Mock, if you're going to be a showman, save it for when it'll gain you some fans. That gives me an idea for a ceremony after you beat this guy. Give me like 10 flash drives and... Hey, Stunt, I've got a better idea for the ceremony. We sign a contract with Enoch and move into our team house. How's that sound? That's not as funny as what I had in my mind. Enough banter. Back to practicing. Can we take a break or something? I need a minute. We don't have a minute, especially without replays. Practice. Now. I quietly follow Stunt's lead towards the PCs. Sal and Jet move in and take their seats behind us. From the top, and no rushes, Stunt. I have absolutely no clue how anyone can practice for more than 10 hours a day. My wrists ache, my eyes hurt, my subconscious won't consider anything but unit compositions and attack timings, and I can't get Bolt's stupid smirk out of my head. Worse still, with Jet forcing Stunt to play standard, our practice wasn't productive at all. She didn't seem happy with me when she left to meet with the producers at the VSL studio, but after so many games, it's impossible for me to focus. What are we supposed to do? Rafa doesn't seem like she's in practice for any race but Terran. Do I even have a chance against Bolt? Did I ever in the first place? Dude, how does anyone macro? It's boring, exhausting. It makes you consider zillion variables. Economy management is so stupid. You just described what StarCraft is supposed to be, minus the boring part. Well, I don't like it. I'm at my best when I can focus on microing. Who says I should have to play a game past the 10-minute mark? No one, as long as you're okay with an awful win rate. Ugh. With practice done for the day, I agreed to join Sal and Stunt for dinner while Jet deals with logistics and set up for the next match. I'm led down a smoky side of the street where greasy and fragrant smells mingle. My experience with street food so far haven't been great, but I trust the judgment of Stunt and Estelle. Row after row of stalls are thick with customers clamoring for a hot meal. The three of us browse our various offers before Stunt insists on one in particular. Do you like bean dai teak mak? I don't know how to say that. Bean dai teak mak. That's my best guess. Bean dai teak mak. Diat te mak. Bean da e teak. Beyond teak. Sure, yeah, whatever's fine. The single cook manning the stall, it cleaves through customer orders faster than I think possible. It isn't long before we're walking away from the stall, paper-wrapped pancake in hand. We settle for a seat on the curb, far enough away from the foot traffic to avoid being trampled. Reva's going to run in trouble with Jet if she doesn't show at Golden Zone Fire again this week. She can only help Mock so much. Besides, it's not like she can ship out on practice at the team house. Have you ever been inside a team house, Stunt? The Protoss forces down his food with a thump at his chest. No, but I've seen pictures. It's an informal setting. It's hard to sleep or slack off, but the type of people that don't become pro gamers, or at least don't last long as one. We still don't have any subs. Is that going to be a problem? Let's worry about one thing at a time. There won't be much need for subs if we don't do our best this week. Still, the team is tiny. 5 people, including management. Jet wasn't kidding when she said she wanted a lean team. The sudden thought of a team Goshiwan is almost enough to make me smile. Yo, Estelle, what did you do with all your prize money from Brood War? That's kind of a personal question, isn't it? I don't mind answering. Spent half it on general living expenses and stuff for my family. The rest I've got saved. Lame. What's the point of winnings if you don't spend them? I've earned 40 million won or san, not counting salary. That may sound like a lot, but it's easy to go through. Wow. Huge loogie. Sorry. I just spat into a ramen bag. Editor Mark, cut this part out. I've earned 40 million won or so, not counting salary. That may sound like a lot, but it's easy to go through if you aren't responsible. Deaf to the sense Cell is trying to talk into him, Stunt stares off into space with stars in his eyes. If I won VSL Grand Final, I'd buy a car, a house, a new PC. He continues rattling off a list of a dozen superfluous objects in a way that only someone who has lived without worrying about paying rent can. Estelle and I both take the chance to eat without interruption. Jet still got the 100 million won from the first VSL champion, yeah? That plus some, probably. Why? I wonder if I could convince her to trick out the team house. Feel free to ask. Just make sure that I'm there for a reaction. What about you, Mock? What would you do with your big winnings? I don't know, save it or something? And I thought that only the chicks of our team were boring. Don't forget that all the time you spend climbing StarCraft's ladder, someone else spends climbing the corporate ladder. If you're only in the esports for money, just get a real job. Psh, it's no big deal. After I make it big as the next Protoss, bonjour. I get a real job as a coach or a team owner. I've got it all planned out. There's no convincing Sun at this rate. Not that I can blame him. I wasn't any more responsible when I was his age. Yeah. When we're young, we're kind of dumb.
I stare at my cell phone, the light coming from its screen bright enough to make my eyes glaze. Then it goes dark, and I slide my thumb over the screen to awaken it. I've repeated this ritual 4 times now. My head falls back against my chair. I close my eyes. Why do I feel like this? It's been almost 2 weeks since I last spoke with my parents. Admittedly, I've been busy with StarCraft since I met Estelle and Jet, but I'm still overdue for a call. My finger hovers over the contact number before it can fall to dial them. The phone escapes my hand and falls back onto the desk. Does it really matter? I don't have much to say. Hi, Mom. Is Dad there? Yes, everything is fine. No, I'm not dead. No, I haven't given up yet. Telling them about the team might be for nothing. They'll pretend to share my happiness in a victory, but there's always an underlying cynicism to every congratulation from them. A win isn't a win. It's another crumb leading me to chase a pointless esports dream and away from the life that I think I should be living. It feels wrong to be cross with them. They raised me, paid for my existence. I'd be an ingrate to ask for more. And yet, I do. I want them to accept my goals for what they are. To hope for more than that, I'll grow out of StarCraft. It's the same with my friends from high school. They pretend not to, but I know that they look down on me. It's a video game. Why do you care so much? Come on, man. It's time you grew out of this. When is it right to give up on a dream? How many failures does it take before you say, alright, I'm done trying. I'll just take a job at the family business. If I lose to Bolt, should I quit StarCraft? Would it be nothing but pride to continue on? Even if I win, what then? What if the team does poorly? What if the team does well? But I hold them back. Will StarCraft 2 even last as long as Brood War? What if there isn't any prize money left in the scene in a year from now? What if I start to hate the game? It's wrong to think this way before such a high-stakes match, but I can't help it. I know what matters. I know what I have to do. Why can't I just do it? I carry myself onto the bed and bury my face in my pillow. Somehow, I'm finally starting to understand what Mr. Yan was saying. I'm awake. I've been awake, actually, but I don't feel like getting up. I tell myself for the 3rd time, but I don't. We have to practice. But I don't feel like practicing. Dude, get up. The team is waiting for you. I just want to lie here, though. Can't I just do that? No. I'm probably sick from the street food. I'm going to lie here until I feel better. You aren't sick. Get up. Not now. Soon, though. Don't you want to beat Bolt? That guy is a total prick. If you don't practice, he'll beat you, and you'll feel terrible. I already feel terrible, though. I'm just going to lay here. Get up, 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 get up. Somebody's knocking on my door. The sound of repeated, unrelenting knocks awakes me. A glance at my phone answers my immediate question. It's 2 p.m. I shamble my way to the door and glance through the people into the hallway. It's Jet. She doesn't look happy. I turn the knob and crack the door open, offering no resistance when she forces it to the rest of the way open. She glances over me, not bothering to veil the disgust in her expression. What are you doing? The entire team has been waiting for you to show up.
Her tone demands an answer. I rush to oblige it with an excuse. I don't feel well. You look fine. Get dressed and get your ass to the Golden Zone fire. I run a hand through my matted hair and glance away. Jet's palm cracks against the left side of my face. I call on a mixture of pain and shock and try to step back. Instead, Jet catches me by the shirt and pulls me forward, visibly restraining herself from the back of her hand across my other cheek. I gasp for breath and immediately bring a hand where she struck me. Her eyes, hard and determined, refuse to leave mine. What? Why did you do that? Why are you here, Mach? Why did you come to Korea? What? To play StarCraft? You already know the answer. No, you didn't. You have some natural talent for StarCraft, but you didn't come here to make use of it. What on earth is she talking about? I feel my voice harden in my throat when I argue back. You just hit me for nothing. I came to Korea because I want to play in the VSL, because I want to become a champion. And yet you can't drag your sorry ass out of bed to prep for the show match that an entire team is counting on you to win? Stop lying to yourself, or at the very least, stop lying to me. I put a lot of trust in you, Mach. Honestly, I honestly hope that you'd prove to have what it takes to make something of yourself. But you clearly don't. You quit when it gets hard, and your minor accomplishments help fuel the lie that you're capable of something great without putting in the work. The ferocity in Jet's eyes dies out as she relinquishes her vice on my undershirt. I stumble back, clutching at the wall to keep from falling over. You have less than a week to pretend that you care about what happens to yourself and to this team. If you can't do that for your own sake, then do it for ours. After 10 long, sobering seconds of unanswered silence, she turns, stalks into the hallway, and slams the door. The wall is rough against my side as I slide down and onto the floor. It's not long before I'm tired of replaying my stale reasoning. My apartment's view of the Seoul skyline offers a moment of relief. It makes the decision a little bit easier. One way or another, I'm not coming home. The looks of disdain, the fake reassurances, it's all that's left for me once I step onto that plane and admit that I'm a failure. If I can't swing a single match victory with 4 other people carrying me, what can I possibly hope to accomplish with the rest of my life? I let out a long breath. I'm tired. Even though I wouldn't mind falling asleep against this wall, I find myself rising to my feet. Is it narcissism or masochism? It would be so much easier for me to just accept that. I was never cut out for this in the first place. I really just can't quit, huh? This is such a joke. Go-Mart's chime sings out as I push my way into the store. Snow-white hair and a wrinkly forehead perk up from behind the counter as I stand in the doorway of his store. Mr. Yeon. Come for another round of Go-Mach? We're just here to take your drinks and scram. It's until he gets a good look at me that the smile drops off his face. Something the matter? Did you play Go professionally? He nods once, so I continue. Why did you play? What kept you going? How did you stop yourself from quitting? A little philosophical, don't you think? Take a breath, Mach. What's going on? At first I try to explain as vaguely as I can, but as Mr. Yeon nods along, allowing me to ramble uninterrupted, I find myself divulging more and more details. I stop only when it comes time to explain my encounter with Jet this afternoon, and the evening I spent sitting in my apartment. You're right. I go at whatever lengths I can to avoid pain, and I've done it all my life. StarCraft is the only thing I've been decent at, and I can't commit to it because I'm afraid I'll fail. But it's not just that. I can't quit either. My biggest fear of admitting to myself that I'm not good enough. I want to believe that as long as I try, I'm not worthless. I ran away to South Korea with the stupid idea that I could make something of myself.
like the world owed me something just for showing up. I'm just tired. I don't want to run anymore. Despite my ragged voice, slumped shoulders, Mr. Yan finds himself a nonchalant smile. Then don't. It's much easier to walk. A slight chuckle escapes him. When it ends, he gestures me past to his store. Mock, I'm closing it in on 70 and work at a convenience store at 2 in the morning. Some would call that failure, but I don't regret the days I spent studying and competing in Go. If we live without pursuing our passions, what good is living at all? Prizes, fame, status. These things are achieved by few, but every competitor must play for a love of the game and the pride of a well-earned victory. Competition is a noble thing. It drives us to improve, innovate, and test the limits of who we are and what we can do. It took humans into space. You wouldn't seek a reason to keep at it if you didn't already know there's value in that. I lean onto the counter separating us, the tension in my chest softening. I do, and you're right, but I can't stop worrying that it won't be worth it in the end. Or that even if I try my best, I'll fail. You might not achieve everything you set out to. Even if you work as hard as you can, no success worth chasing is ever guaranteed. But do you want to spend the rest of your life wondering what you were capable of? My own answer to that was no. I glance away and rake my hand through my hair. There's no way that I've come this far only to give up now. When I straighten up, he beams a pleasant smile at me. Now then, if I were you, I would head home and get some rest. You've got a match to prepare for after all. I find myself at an utter loss of words. Gratitude forms and falls apart between my lips and a handful of times before I simply settle for a deep bow. Thank you, Mr. Yan. You're welcome, Mock. By the way, next time you come for an old man's wisdom, you'll have to buy something first. For the first time today, I catch myself smiling. Okay, deal. Just then, a customer pushes open the door to the store. Though there wasn't much else I had to say, now is probably an appropriate time to depart. As I turn to leave, Mr. Yan lifts his fist at me. Work hard. I raise mine to match his. I will. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm fully sick, but like I'm congested, so that's why my voice is a little bit lower. Apprehension hangs over me as I stand before the doors to Golden Zone Fire. Waiting won't make this any easier. With a stride bellying my frantic heart rate, I make my way to a table seating 4 teammates I neglected the day before. For whatever reason, I have to worry disappears when Estelle catches sight of me. He rises from his chair and waves over to me, leading Reva and Stunt to follow suit. It's only Jet that refuses eye contact with me. Even then, though, she's trying to hide it. I can tell she's relieved I'm here. Hey, Mock, ready for practice? Yeah, and sorry about yesterday. It won't happen again. No sweat. Let's make the most of the time we have left, yeah? Yeah. Alright, Stunt, Mock, go set up your PCs and get to work. Stunt jumps from the table and steers himself to my side as we make our way to the setups. Me and Reva played 2v2s while Jet was gone yesterday. I'm pretty sure we could be ranked number 1 on the ladder with enough time. No one takes 2v2s seriously, much less on ladder. Pfft, says you, but hey, good that you've already feeling better. If you puke, I'll know it's because my strategy is what's sick. I lift an eyebrow, trying to unravel Stunt's meaning. It's only with a glance back at Jet and then Estelle that it clicks. Yeah, I'm all better. He smirks and peels away from my side to pick out a PC. Jet, Estelle, and Reva follow at a distance, the latter two setting up chairs behind me to observe and make comments. Even with my renewed focus and drive, it becomes readily apparent for a few matches that our practice is going to be suboptimal. Stunt's trying his best, but it doesn't mean much with less than a week until the show match. He simply doesn't execute standard builds very well. Sal says as much after I trip my way through another clumsy win. We might need to look into finding someone else for Mock to practice with, but there isn't really enough time. It may be more productive for him to face opponents on ladder. It won't be possible for Mock to that's my name, Mark. For Mock to prepare against certain builds that way. But at this rate, you might be right. Stunt, no one's going to deny your unit control, but you just don't have the strategic breadth of someone like Bolt. The young Protoss player slumps in his chair and stares off into space. I know. Sorry. Did I really come this far just to face Bolt unprepared? There has to be a solution. Let's see. Ooh. I'm gonna save at this point. 5. Okay. I'm gonna say Reva is probably one of the better ones. A Protoss would be really great though. Okay, let's look for another Protoss. Can we look around the cafe for another Protoss maybe? Jet is the first to answer and does so without acknowledging me. Look around, half the people are only playing this new MOBA bullshit. Decent StarCraft players only show up for all-out attack. Unless they need a practice space for a show match, apparently. He laughs to lighten the mood, but Jet is right. Looking for someone outside the cafe will probably take too long as well. None of Jet or Acel's old teammates want to help either, especially with the PR surrounding the team. Come on, think, be resourceful. Okay, practice with Reva? Reva, do you think you could play in place of Stunt? I have not played Protoss in more than a month. Without a week's worth of practice, I would be a lesser opponent than Stunt. Damn, truth be told, even her Terran micro isn't all that great. I'd hate to see her try to control something like Blink Stalkers without the time to get back into shape. Still, it seems wasteful that we haven't been putting her game knowledge to good use. I guess we gotta try something else. If Sun isn't providing enough strategies for me to prepare for, and Reva can't put strategies that she knows into action... Wait a second, what Stunt said earlier. What if we practice 1v2? What? Stunt handles the units, Reva handles the base management, and picks the build order. That way, I can face the best of them both. Will that even work? Acel glances at Reva, who seems as surprised by my plan as he is. I don't see why it wouldn't. It would be a perfectly realistic game condition, but it's better than anything else I can think of. That sounds kind of fun, actually. Come on, Reva. Stunt pats the seat of the station next to him. With a shrug, she rises to join him. Very well. Jet replaces herself in Reva's vacated seat, arms crossed and expression fierce. She's intent on seeing for herself whether or not this will work. Jet replaces herself in Reva's vacated seat, arms crossed and expression fierce. She's intent on seeing for herself whether or not this will work. When Stunt is done joking about doing a fusion dance with Reva, we load up a game with Reva and Stunt on the same team, and a setting enabled to keep Reva's base from spawning. So I don't have to worry about anything else except destroying Mach? This is going to be great. Hey Reva, build 2 gateways by this base for me. No, we are playing standard. Come on, okay, how about a proxy Stargate then? No. I can hear you, you know. It will not matter, such is the beauty of standard play. I soon find that her confidence is well placed. Even with Reva's economy-focused build order, Stunt Stalker harass makes my life difficult. He dances the single unit back and forth at the entrance of my natural, all of his focus devoted to its control. It's a painfully effective frustration that succeeds in slowing down my attempts at establishing economy in tech. My multitasking and micro are brought to their limits, and we haven't even hit 5-minute mark. This is insane. And very, very good practice. I don't have the chance to spare a glance over my shoulder at a seller gen, but I'd make a pretty sure bet that they're just as intent on the game as Stunt, Reva, and I are. The match drags on up until Stunt and Reva arch and rolls over my paltry force with a well-timed and perfectly controlled 2 bases push. It wasn't even close. Well, they make for a tough opponent, that's for sure. You 3 down to keep at this? Are you kidding? This is amazing. I'm enjoying myself as well. The point isn't to have fun, it's to practice. Run in Nexus first. I want to see how Mach handles it. Okay. Decision time. It's incredible. Playing an opponent at this level allows me to see the game in an all-new way. Sun's control is precise and crashes against my defense like a wave, while Reva directs the flow of battle like a symphony's conductor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have achieved purity of form, though these repeated losses, I can see just how outmatched I am nearly in every aspect of StarCraft. The moments of weakness for an opponent that plays such a clean style are scant and short-lived, but they exist. I can create them by taking risks, using mind games, and forcing mistakes. I felt these things on instinct before, but I can now see them for the truths they are. The element of human error is practically zero between Stunt and Reva. But StarCraft is a game of imperfect information. Anyone, even a perfect machine, is capable of being defeated. I'm done being afraid of you, Bolt. It's late in the evening when Acel calls our practice quits. 12 hours straight, minus breaks for lunch and dinner. 4 more days of that, and he'll be as ready as he possibly can in that amount of time. We risk Stunt and Reva falling out of practice, but there really isn't any other choice. At least it won't be for us. At least it won't be for long. Jet still hasn't acknowledged me with direct eye contact, but the animosity I felt coming from her this morning is all but gone. Neither Stunt or Reva seem even a fraction as out of it as I am. Yet, as tired as I am, I find myself eager for practice tomorrow. I can only hope that it lasts until the end of the week. I've got a few more things to take care of before the weekend. The VSL studio has managed to fit us in a time slot right before the semifinals for our team league. I've seen some of the promotion they're doing online. It's being hyped as KPGA versus Foreigner match. Mock's been cast as the villain, a last-minute way of hyping up the match since it was on such short notice. The Korean Pro Gamer Association would not have allowed one of their players to compete otherwise. It seems they're beginning to sow the seeds for the transition from Brood War to StarCraft 2. It's hard to imagine that the talent pool for StarCraft 2 could get any more deep. Bolt is the only one of a few dozen top-tier players being held back by floodgates of KPGA's regulations. A win against Bolt ought to show KPGA players and their fanboys not to shrug us off as those who switched to StarCraft 2 early. No need for so much bite, Jet. We switched because we were ready for a new challenge, right? She glances away, failing to match Acel's now wavering grin. I need to go. The rest of you, get some rest. Yo, Reva, wanna grab some dinner? We can practice our fusion dance for tomorrow. A Potara earring is necessary for fusion because two distinct beings is necessary for fusion between two distinct beings Stunt, and the hyperbolic time chamber is more apt metaphor for Mock's training regimens regardless. Oh, Jesus. A bickering Sun and Reva exit shortly behind the stone-eyed Jet, leaving only me in a cell for the half-empty cafe. Don't bother worrying about yesterday. Jet told you, huh? Even if she didn't, it'd be an easy guess. You weren't giving it your all when we called it quits the day before. Figures. A sigh escapes me, leading Asal to drop a hand onto my shoulder. Just focus on the show match. If you want to worry about sleeping in after winning, you can mope around the team house for a day. Despite my efforts, I can't keep myself from spinning out a laugh. Things have changed so much since I have met you and Jet. For the better, I hope? Yeah, you guys are so goal-driven. It's kind of mind-blowing, actually. The best way to live, if you ask me, and good practice for the real challenge. Don't think Jet will be satisfied with a little bit of money from Enoch. You won't have time to pick the confetti out of your hair before hearing all about next season's plan. If she ever finds a reason to talk to me again, that is. Jet has her way of dealing with things. Don't sweat it too much and just focus on your practice. Right, I will. I rise from my chair at least, checking my pockets on the way up for my key and wallet. Take care. I'm going to stick around in ladder for a while. Coach has to keep his skills current, you know. Will you join the team as a player when your contract with Crash is up at the end of the year? Who knows? Let's just worry about the next few days, yeah? Fair enough. Later, Asal. He falls right back into his chair after a fist bump, leaving me to stalk the neon-lit screens alone. The city lights have never been so beautiful. I have no desire to leave Seoul's electric embrace now that things are finally starting to make sense. What if I hadn't run into a cell at Golden Zone Fire? I'd probably be booking my ticket for a flight home at the end of the month right about now. And without Jet, there'd be no team, no goal past the vague dream to qualify for VSL. If not for Sun or Reva, I'd have no starring partners, no teammates, not to mention, no way to have earned Jet's confidence in front of Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim. No matter how much he rubs me the wrong way, he's as much part of my chance to stay here as my teammates. And Mr. Yeon. Who'd have thought that the convenience store clerk I'd been avoiding eye contact with would be the one bringing me back from the brink? By whatever means necessary, I'll repay those that have helped me stand where I am now where I do now. Wait. I love when my brain's like, hey, we're gonna make this in our own sentence. And I'm like, no, we gotta read. For the third time, if you don't scout the second gas, build a damn bunker. Don't be so greedy. Make sure you stay clear of his vision if you're going to take that kind of drop path. They'll try to roll over you with Colossus if they manage to pick off your dropships. Prioritize your Viking production first. Yes, just like that. With a couple of snipes on the Stun and Reva combination's High Templar, the Protoss army is left bereft any kind of area effect damage, allowing me to charge forward and go for the jugular. Even with Stun's top-tier control and Reva's highly efficient production, I managed to push my way into their base and secure not one, but 2 GGs. I leap out of my seat in triumphant victory. Out of almost 100 games, that's the third win I have managed to clinch. It feels amazing. I wasn't sure that I'd be able to manage a breakthrough as a result of this kind of practice, but my control has noticeably improved. A good thing, considering the match with Bold is tomorrow. Gah! She insisted on building more High Templar when I asked for a Colossus. It was strategically unsound to push onto the map. You should have allowed our upgrades to complete and used the High Templar as a drop defense. What do you know? You don't even play Protoss. Reva places her index finger on Sun's forehead, easily keeping him at arm's length. The pair quiets their harmless squabbling when Jet rises. That's enough for today. But it's barely 6 o'clock. The day before an important match is the most important, not in terms of practice, but to prepare mentally. Jet says to no one in particular, making it a point to ignore me when I turn to look at her. A new age method, huh? Better than the all-night cram sessions from Brood War days, I suppose. It's scientifically proven to work. Besides, it's not like I'm giving him the rest of the day to do as he pleases. Damn, with Jet, even relaxation is ordained. Come on, we're going to Namdan. Again with Namdan? Pro gamers don't belong in a place without computers. Would you rather spend the rest of the day cleaning ashtrays at your mom's? You know what? You're all just jealous that you don't have a PC bang in the family. The rest of us share a laugh on the way out, with Stunt trailing after us begrudgingly. That's funny. Given the mood coming out of the cafe, I'm surprised to find that none of us have all that much to say after we loiter around a park bench. Stunt's attention never strays from the game on his phone, while Reva and Estelle simply stare off into space. Jet paces back and forth, though her gait lacks an usual purpose. Between all five of us, silence. Maybe not all that much needs to be said. We all know the stakes. Everyone's done their part to prepare for tomorrow. It's natural for us to feel nervous. The key is to keep it from affecting our chance of winning. It is sad. I shift my gaze towards Reva, surprised to find her staring at the ground. What is it? What is? That this may be the last evening we gather as a team. Come on, Reva. Don't say stuff like that. It won't do us any good. But it is the truth. Mach, please win tomorrow. I do not want to stop spending time with all of you. I have been a happier person since I joined the team. I would have strongly preferred to stay that way. Guarded as she is, Reva intones the sadness that the rest of us are trying to deny. Even Jet seizes her march to observe the exchange. I feel the same way, Reva. I'll win tomorrow. I promise. The penalty for lying is death. Reva breathes out a sigh and collects herself. I believe that you will. Me too. Mach probably plays an important part of my story to become the greatest player of all time. The first chapter can't end with a loss. It just wouldn't make sense. An arm slings itself around my shoulder. With a glance, I find that it belongs to Estelle. Feeling alright? Not as bad as before, but the pressure is still there. As your coach, I am obligated to encourage you to win, but what's most important is what you want. For what it's worth, I'm with Reva. I'd be sad to see you leave Korea. I've got more than enough motivation for tomorrow. Is that what we're here for? It isn't just for you. For the first time since she barged into my room, Jet addresses me directly. Her expression is devoid of the intensity that I've come to know her for. I wasn't lying when I said that you had the potential to be great. True as that is, it doesn't make you special. Everyone has the compatibility to be a champion. It isn't genetic or unique. I'm not denying the existence of talent, but it's not nearly as essential as people who make it out to be. StarCraft. And everything else is way more than that. Most people are either unwilling or unable to work hard. Simply being able to overcome the barriers that makes it possible to do things that other people sit around and daydream about. If you've done that, you can lose without regrets. Have you? Yeah, I have. Good. Then that's all that's left, is to trust it'll earn us the win. Silence follows Jet's final remarks, leaving us with an air of gravitas. It's only a quip from Stunt that saves the rest of us from our glum-faced stare-down. Deep. Don't be a prick, Stunt. Alright, let's go over the game plan for tomorrow.
How you play is up to you, but it's probably smart to stick to what you've been practicing. Yeah, I know better than to invent a build on the fly. How about you open us up, Jet? Still against the build Rava prepared for game 1? I understand the idea, I just don't think it's a sure win. Bolt will probably assume Mach is looking to steal win, so he'll be on the lookout for something non-standard. It was devised with that in mind. If executed as planned, it should secure a lead, not a victory. If not a victory. Don't give Bolt any disrespect that he hasn't earned. If you let him set the pace for the series, it'll be an uphill battle. I agree with that, actually. Alright, fine. It's just not my style of play. Moving on. How about mid-game? I was playing my usual style. Dropships and establish map control and slow down his third base. If I scout that he's being too greedy, I go for the kill. That's solid. I wouldn't change anything there. Seconded. It's annoying playing against those kinds of Terrans if I can't kill them early. Reva fidgets with her glasses, evidently disagreeing. Do not write off the possibility of mech. He's barely practiced mech. Why would you even suggest that? It is the ideal unit composition when played at its apex. If only he can get there safely, which will be practically impossible against a Protoss as lethal as Bolt. Reva concedes her suggestion with a shrug. Last thing, late game. If Bolt manages to get you on 3 bases, don't try to end the game with a direct fight, unless you have tons of defenses prepared to slow down his march. The fully powered Protoss army is stronger than a maxed out Terran, so you have to look elsewhere to find an edge. The opposite is true in Brood War, so he's used to being the aggressor. If you see Bolt eager to engage with you, don't automatically assume that it's because he'll roll you. That reminds me, are there any other kind of mistakes that Brood War players make when they first switch to StarCraft 2? Unicell should know better than anyone. It's the little things, honestly. Knowledge that you take for granted that Bolt has to work for. You can look at 5 Marauders and know they'll crush 7 Stalkers without actively thinking about it. For example, he probably can't yet. Oh, without thinking about it, for example, he probably can't yet. That, and his strategies. Bolt hasn't been playing Star 2 for as long as you. He's probably up to date on standard builds from the current meta. He'll be relying on game sense and mechanics to carry him through that shortcoming. If you can get a read on him, he won't be able to fall back onto an older style. As strong as a Brood War player as he is, Bolt isn't immune to slip-ups, especially in a new game. If he expands too fast or spreads his army too thin, crush him. Yeah, got it. Then I guess we've done everything we can. Nothing to do but play. You'll want to run through some warm-ups and get a glimpse of the crowd early to keep your nerves down, so don't be late. When I answer with a nod, Acel smiles. Final glimpse of the 4 faces of my teammates underscores the need to win tomorrow. Nothing else needs to be said. Everyone has placed not only their trust, but also their futures in me. Failure is not an option. I won't be in this apartment for much longer, but I'm going to leave it on my own terms. How are you feeling, Mach? I blinked my eyes and rubbed them awake. An hour of warm-up at the studio has left me with only 15 minutes before the match is set to begin. The powder on my face feels weird, standard procedure for all broadcasted matches, or so the makeup artist said.
Behind Mr. Kim, a small crowd filters into the stage area. The semifinals for Victory Star League begins right after the show match, so it's unlikely that everyone is here just to watch me and Bolt play. But judging by the number of people sorting into the black and white colors of Shock T1, there are at least a few. Oh, Mr. Kim, sorry, I'm well. Good. Best of luck in your match. Let's hope that this is the beginning of a long and fruitful partnership. I lower my head in a curt bow. I appreciate it. Mr. Kim matches my bow with a nod, then slips around the corner and into the studio. I'm allowed only a minute of time for myself before the businessman's presence is replaced by cells. Ready? Yeah, I'm ready. And I am. I stretch out my wrist and crack my knuckles to emphasize it. I don't like how easily I can just like crack my hands now. Oh, it's all that saxophone playing. Good, let's go. But before we get into that, we have a special match before the VSTL begins, don't we? That's right, and most of you likely heard the news that Acel and Jet have left their teams to begin their own. Regardless of fans feel, one must admit it was quite an ambitious decision. Certainly, but we have a match to decide whether those two will have their risk pay off. A generous prize from Enoch Group has allowed us to host a show match between two wildly different players. A new sponsor! How exciting! On top of that, it's refreshing to see that KPGA has finally begun to embrace StarCraft 2. How much do we know about the Protoss Bolt? Oh, the Protoss Bolt. Ah, he's a very strong player from Shock T1, but this is his first appearance in a StarCraft 2 match, isn't that right? We'll have to see how his Brood War skills translate. What about his opponent, Mach? How much do we know about him? There is very little information about him online, so we must assume that he's an amateur. All the same, he must be quite skilled for Jet and Acel to call him their teammate. It dawns on me that this match is probably going to be broadcast online. Should I have told my parents or friends to tune in and watch? No, enough. I'm tired of obsessing over acceptance from everyone back home. This has nothing to do with them. Now, let's get the comments from our players. Please welcome Bolt and Mach. A production assistant gestures me forward and I step out onto the stage. Bolt approaches from the other side, standing just a few feet away from me when we come to a stop. He gives a wave, and then a dozen people erupt into cheers. Among them are the screams of at least 10 fangirls. With a microphone in hand, he addresses the crowd with charming disposition, completely opposite from every interaction I've shared with him. First, I would like to thank my fans for coming today. I've worked hard to prove that KPGA players will place first in StarCraft 2 championships in the near future. I've always performed well under pressure throughout my pro gaming career, but today, I don't think I have much to worry about. The comment draws a few laughs from the audience, KPGA fans and not. He continues, I am confident that I'll only drop one map today. My opponent's year of StarCraft 2 must have earned him at least one win against my single week. That's just an outright lie, but judging by crowd's reaction, they're buying it completely. Foreigners could never compete in Brood War. I'm here to prove that the same is true in StarCraft 2. I promise to show you all good games. Please cheer for me. He lifts a fist to another uproar of applause. What a fake piece of shit. But before I can spend any more time lingering on how much I dislike Bolt, the VSL hostess takes the mic from him and offers it to me. Say a few words to your fans? I was told you can speak Korean, correct? Before I know it, the microphone is in my hand. I try my best not to look bewildered and turn my attention to the audience. Hello, I'm Mach. I want to thank my team for helping me prepare for today's match, and the Enoch Group for sponsoring the show match. I will do my best to win. Thank you. My earnest approach earns me a polite response from the crowd, though not one that comes close to matching Bolt's. Please shake hands and go to your booths. Oh wow. Bold is first to turn, his smile, no doubt, designed and manufactured in an underground KPGA laboratory, belies the edge I see in his eyes. That's a great picture. That's worthy of, like, thumbnail. It will be. He offers his hand, and I reach forward to take it for a single shake. Ha! I hope you practice hard. I'm going to destroy you. I did. Don't worry. Not likely. I really, really want to see you lose. That's good. I think it's saying what they really mean. That's good. It would be a shame to disappoint the fans with an uneven series. It doesn't matter what you want. You're trash, even after this, and you'll never forget it. Agreed. Let's make sure to show exciting games. Easy to say. Let's see if you can actually do it. We separate without incident, and I turn to take my place in the booth. Jet stands outside the door with my keyboard, mouse, and mousepad in hand. What the hell is this? She drops the keypad into my hand. I think that's my Windows key. It doesn't belong on a pro gamer's keyboard. Fat fingering during a battle will tab you out and you'll lose the game. She huffs and breaks eye contact. It's obviously that she is stressed as I am. Jet, I've got this. I know. Do your best, Mock. Fighting. With a nod, she pushes open the booth door. Once inside, the ambient sound of the stage lights, cameras, and screens die down. All that I can hear is a subtle hum of the crowd and my own pulse. It would be peaceful if not for the adrenaline burning through my veins. This is my first time being inside of a booth. My heart is racing, and nothing I try to tell myself as I plug in my peripherals and configure my settings helps to calm it. Playing in front of a crowd in the VSL has been a goal of mine for more than a year. Even with how hard I've been working, it feels like there should have been more build up to this moment. Yet here I am. I reach out to touch the soundproofing material, if only to allow another of my senses to confirm that the moment is real. Even as I try to keep my focus away from the crowd and on the game, I keep glancing past the computer monitor and towards my teammates seated in the front row. They wave and cheer me as the studio lights dim. I force myself to look at the PC and focus entirely on the match at hand. Everything I've done over the past week, no, months, I've been in Korea, and even time before that, it's all led up to this moment. Well-rounded favors aggression, professional Brood War player, but not as a StarCraft 2 player. The second loading screen ends, but I put the plan into action. I rush one of my starting SCVs across the map. But I'm not sending it to his base. It comes to stop in the outskirts of 4th base location. It's barely closer to his base than mine, honestly. But it's close enough to buy me precious seconds. Rava called this proxy everything. Depot, gas, racks, reactor, fax, starport. I've drilled it to perfection and hit every timing within the second. Bolt didn't even scout. He'll pay for that mistake. My dropship rushes, straight into his base at a timing that normally wouldn't be precise. Every single one of those extra seconds is precious. Perfect. I unload my Hellion straight into his mineral line. He's completely unprepared. He tries to escape with his workers, but I'm too quick in giving chase. I'm not letting you get away, Bolt. My Hellions weave past his slow-moving army and deal another blow to his economy. That one must have crippled him. He remains in the game only as an act of defiance. With my victory assured, I march into his base with an overwhelming force and take a fight onto his turf. He scrapes together a final defense and actually manages to dent my army, though it's not enough to swing the game back. Not bad, but game 1 is mine. A gentle knock at the door behind me catches my attention while studio prepares for the next game. A moment later, the door slides open. Just as planned, Well executed, Mock. Seriously? Where the hell did you all people come up with a build like that? Just because I loathe cheese does not mean I will not admit that it is occasionally useful and appropriate. I guarantee we'll be seeing it on the ladder for the next month. With luck, they will call it the Mock build. Maintain your momentum. Fighting. She hurries out of the booth and back to her seat in the crowd when I nod, just as before the studio lights dim and second match gets underway. Phew, okay, keep it cool. The momentum is in my favor now. I should make use of this breathing room. I need to find out how Bolt's going to be playing for the rest of the set. He went for a standard expansion last game, but I wasn't able to see his army as intended. This map is good for 2 base play. I should definitely go for drops, but I still need to decide on an opening. Whoa, wait a second. Bolt is proxy gating me. God damn it, I didn't even consider the possibility. I veer my game plan in a defensive direction, but Bolt's attack is already overwhelming my mineral line. Even with the practice I had against Bolt stunts rushers, there's nothing I can do when caught off guard. For every step forward I take with SCV and Marine Micro, Bolt seizes 5 with damage to my economy. Maybe... I was gonna say, the text speed's at maximum. Let's do half. Because I'm not that fast of a reader. Let's see. I can't stay in the game any longer to tap out a GG. Ugh. Just like that, he evened up the series. I barely have time to take my headphones off before I feel a pair of hands clamp down my shoulders. Keep it up. Stay in the zone. You got this. Ow, ow. Okay, enough. He really got lucky. Scouted your base first, and you barely missed the probe as it came up on your ramp. Come on, you've been practicing with the future Protoss Bourgeois and his macro battery. The next game is yours for the taking. Yeah, there's no way I'm letting another proxy get by me. That's what I'm talking about. Fighting. Alright, keep it together. There's no way I'll let another proxy get by me. My scout reveals little information save for that he's going for one base tech build. There are several things I need to be prepared for, so I should make sure the front of my base is reinforced. As long as I keep my army on the ramp, I should be able to respond to any flying units. With each second that ticks by, I pull more and more away with the game. Just as long as I don't tech too aggressively and focus on maintaining a sizable army, I should be fine. Huh, he did the transition in something more standard. He takes some damage on scouting stalker before hastily pulling it away. Was that it? I should probably double check on whether or not he's got an expansion down. Might be a good call to throw down a missile turret in my main as well, just as a precaution. Blind stalkers. Shit, he had a vision on my high ground. He had a vision on my high ground? I must have been an observer. Ugh, why didn't I see it? He's able to pick off several units and finish building at my barracks. The numbers advantage heavily on his side. I empty my bunkers and rush up my ramp, but he turns my own choke point against me and handily defeats my entire army with some ridiculous precise micro. I have nothing left to do but GG and accept the fact that I'm now down a game. Knock knock. Yo, how are you feeling? Do you want the polite answer or an honest answer? You're playing well, but Bolt's been able to sniff out where you're weakest. You need to confront him head on. A macro game with KPGA player? Is that smart? Hey, no one said that StarCraft was an easy game. We practice long hours for moments like this. Show the crowd how hard you've been working. Alright, I won't go down without a fight. Good. Fighting. There's no way I'm giving up now. I've already proven to myself that I can beat this guy. Forget the score. Focus on the game. The map is huge by offering a conservative timing on my expansion. Bolt's shown a serious proclivity towards aggressive play. My scout reveals that we're on equal footing. Alright, time to drop the hammer. My first drop manages to catch him with his army out of position. Perfect. He has to be rushing back to defend against the drop. With that knowledge, I rush a second smaller force onto his third base. Duck. Held firm. The second prong of my attack slams right into an overwhelming force. It's too late for me to pull away. Ugh, that wasn't his entire army? The damage I managed to inflict wasn't nearly worth the cost of those two forces. I'm fine. I have a decent army. I just need to contest the center of the map. I can't let him take another base. Ugh, but he's already beat me to the punch. We should clash briefly before I retreat, frantically reinforcing my wounded army. I can't fall behind. Take more bases. Keep my production going. Come on, I've got to deal some damage. If I just sit here and let him power, he's going to roll me. Boom, stalkers. This kind of pick-off is just what I needed. Shit, he's preparing an assault on my main. Pull back. I can defend this. Just before his forces arrive, I get in position at top of my ramp. It's looking even for a while, until... Boom. This was the type of error a Brood War player makes. The burden to attack was mine, not his. The game's tempo is back in my favor. Even if I'm at an economic disadvantage, I need to hit while he's still rebuilding. Gotcha. The mineral line I failed to take down with my previous drop now lies in tatters. And this time, my two-pronged attack catches a weak flank defending his third base. I'm pulling him apart. I'm inflicting crush economic damage. All I need to do is win one more fight. I'm spending my minerals and gas the second I mine it. My production has been on point all game long. There's absolutely no way this could have been possible without drilling for so many hours. Just one more fight. I march across the map and then charge up the ramp at its natural expansion. I maneuver out of the way. I maneuver out of the way out his PSI storms and pound the powerful, expensive units at the back of his army. With them all out of the way, I'm able to power through the rest of his force. Yes, he types a GG when I punch my way into his main base. The series is even. My hands shake, my veins in my neck throb, my palms are covered in sweat. My throat is dry, my eyes hurt, I can't stop bouncing my leg. Oh jeez, I do that all the time when I'm nervous. Will you calm down? Sheesh. I don't think that's going to be possible. Typical amateur jitters. Don't try to ignore that adrenaline you're feeling. Use it to your advantage. What else do you want me to say? You already know what to do. I don't know. Honestly, I didn't give any thought to how I'd feel if I made it this far. I kind of feel like throwing up, actually. In that case, imagine how sick you'll be when you win this thing. In more ways than one. Alright, enough chit-chat. Get serious, Mock. Fighting. Stay calm. Just one more. Cross that off the checklist. Depots. Racks. Expand. A stalker denies my scout at the front of his natural expansion. That's frustrating. Without knowing the timing of his second base, I'm unsure of how much damage I need to do. When my dropships come out, I need to find a good angle to attack him from. Let's see. Whoa, what? 6 gates and a robo this early? How is that possible? That literally isn't possible. But I'm forced to witness the reality of the situation march across the map. His army is ridiculously huge. This is insane. He faked an expansion and intentionally delayed his one base attack to catch me off guard. I simply cannot have enough units to defend against his army. I won't for another minute either. By then, the game will be over. going to lose. No, I don't need to take a direct engagement to win against Bolt. It's time for a base trade. With my entire army loaded in 4 dropships, I sprint across the map and unload into his base. Bolt has 2 options. 1, pull back his army and suffer serious damage in the meantime, or 2, rush into my base and do the same thing as I'm doing to him. He opts for number 2. Alright. I've been in these kinds of situations before. This kind of game is far less about macro, micro, or anything like that. It's all about staying calm and making the right decisions. Alright. His army is big, but mine is fast. I just need to focus on hunting his buildings down. We trade buildings. We trade building for building. The remnants of my main base unable to get away from his massive force. Found another pylon. If I keep this up, I can put him in an unwinnable situation. All he has left is a single pylon, the one he used to reinforce his attack. Just before my final building bursts into flames, I throw down a supply depot in a corner of a map guarded by terrain and distance. If he wants to win, he'll have to abandon his final pylon. It's looking like this game might end up as a draw. If I'm about to ask if he wants the tie when I notice something in the corner of my eye. Whoa. He just pulled a significant part of his army away from his pylon. He's destroying the rock barrier. Shit. I'm not in position to defend my final building. Not like this. God. Have to beat him to it. Go. All is slow and silent. My heart thunders against my ribcage. I can feel the blood roaring through my veins. A second later, I rip my headphones off and scream in triumph. This high. I never felt anything like it. And the effort and hardship I poured into 20 years of my life. This one moment is worth it all. Hey, he's a couple months older than me. With a thump, Jet bursts into the booth's door and pounds my back with a clap between her own cheers. She's soon joined by the rest of my team who follow suit, sharing in my victory. No, not my victory. Our victory. With some prodding from a cell, we collect ourselves and step out onto the stage to show our gratitude to the crowd with waves and smiles. But before the VSL hostess can cross the stage before a post-game interview, Bolt emerges from his booth with a macabre expression splattered across his face. He wrenches the microphone from the hostess' hand and points at me from the other side of the stage. Savor that win, you piece of shit. It's the last you'll ever have against me. The crowd reacts with a mixture of astonishment and encouragement, the latter coming mainly from the fans dressed in Shock T1's black and white. Emboldened by my failure to respond, he continues. The current StarCraft 2 pro gamers pool disgraces esports. I pledge to my fans that I will expose these frauds for what they are. I hereby announce my retirement from Brood War. I am immediately going full-time with StarCraft 2 with the intent to take the VSL Championship on behalf of those gamers that deserve the honor of calling themselves professional gamers. With that, Bolt slams the microphone against the ground, causing the plastic shell to fracture and a loud screech to emit from the speakers. He stalks off the stage and through the player's exit without another word, trailed by the stares of his fans. Whoa, there's no way that was a part of the KPGA's plan. That guy really likes to break electronics, huh? I wonder how many keyboards he's been through. He's like J-Schlot. I share a baffled look with Jet before the VSL hostess picks up what remains of the microphone and steps on my side. My teammates take it as a cue to vacate the stage. The post-game interview is short and formal, with half of the crowd completely unresponsive to my attempts to show good sportsmanship. Either they're on Bolt's side, or they're impatient to see the VSTL get started. Still, a handful of people cheer me off the stage as the studio begins to set up for Team League. Among them is a familiar wisp of gray hair, but when I search for the face to whom it belongs, I don't see who I'm looking for. To my utter surprise, a trio of foreigners approach backstage with autograph requests. I oblige them nervously, unfamiliar to how to properly sign the mouse pads they hand me. Thanks, man. Yeah, thanks. You rock. I scratch behind my head when they head off, surprised and humbled. Not a bad start, Mock. I turn to find Jet watching me from across the room. She pushes off the wall and ambles towards me. And for the record, I'm sorry that I hit you. It might have been what I needed. There's no hard feelings. It wasn't right. There was probably a better option. In the past, seriously. She smiles genuinely, far wider than I've ever seen from her before. You'll make a good teammate. A sudden clap purges the expression from her face, and just like that, it's back to intense Jet that I'm much better acquainted with. Alright, enough back-patting. Back to the team. We've got places to be. Without bothering to answer my curious look, she rolls her wrist in a beckoning motion and leads me into the hallway of the BVSL studio. It's crowded, with even more people pouring into the studio in anticipation of the semi-final Team League match. But off away from the foot traffic, we find Mr. Kim with Estelle, Stunt, and Reva. He turns to regard Jet and then me with a smile, restrained in comparison to my teammates. And the victor arrives. Congratulations, Mock. I lower my head in a bow without taking my eyes off him. Thank you. I'll send word for my assistant to publish a press release. The sponsorship should be no surprise given how quickly this type of information spreads, but it should be a nice PR boost for Enoch Red. Alright, I'll admit, that's a pretty good name. I'll leave the rest to Jet. I expect great things from you five. When Mr. Kim turns to leave, Reva, Stunt, and I probe Jet with looks. The rest? It'll be easier for me to show you than explain. Come on, it's not far. I fall in line behind Stunt and Estelle after Jet takes off, stepping in time with Reva at my side. She leaned towards me with an offered smile. Congratulations, you avoided the death penalty. Yeah, now instead of dying an instant death, I die a slow one at the hands of Korean practice regimen. Oh, in that case, it is not too late. She gently chops the back of my neck. I feign decapitation and straighten back up to meet her smile. That's great. This one. She tests the key against the lock to only find that it doesn't fit. No, wait, this one. We retrace ourselves back down the apartment building's hallway to a door we passed earlier. She tries the key and again, it doesn't fit. Are we on the wrong floor? No, will you just... Wait. Oh, it's the one across the hall. This time, the key slides into the lock, then turns, revealing a mostly unfurnished room. It's small, and it's not in a great part of town, but I can't deny the pride welling up inside of me as I step inside, shoulder to shoulder with my teammates. We spread out instinctively, looking over the plain floors and countertops as we were inspecting a mansion. How'd you get this so quickly? It was a good deal, but they wanted the deposit more than a week ago. Someone else is trying to snatch it from under us. You put the money down on our team house without knowing whether or not I'd win against Bolt? Jet dodges the question by glancing away, leaving Estelle to swoop in and fill the silence. Nice having a team that believes in you, eh? That's not all, by the way. He gestures down a lonely cardboard box off in the corner of the room. Stunt, I think you should have the honor. Somehow Stunt has found the time during his monumental occasion to pull out his phone. But as instructed, he makes his way to the corner of the room and peels back the box's lid. What follows is the sound of unbridled joy. Hell yeah! He rummages around in the box's contents before pulling free a red and white jacket. One by one, Stunt practically rips them free and tosses them towards the four of us. I catch mine, and on closer inspection, I find Enoch Red logo on the back. Ooh, that's kind of killer. I like that. I mean, I'm wearing a red shirt right now, so that would go amazingly with that. Jess' expression is too neutral to be authentic. I think it's simply that she has a hard time admitting that she had faith all along. Knowing that makes me happy, so I have no reason to press on it. Yo, it's time to celebrate! You got your chance to celebrate a week ago. Now is time to practice. Oh, how easily Jet breaks herself out of her quiet trance when the chance to play Impress him arrives. Pfft, how? There's like 2 PCs here. Come on, last time before we're VSL champs, I swear. I'm with the kid. I concur. Oh, I see the little, little symbols. So Reva is a dice. Come on, Jet, one last time. Oh, it's the symbols of, I'm assuming the races. Yeah, I was gonna say Jet seems familiar. Jet, you're supposed to be on my side, and the rest of... you're supposed to be on my side, and the rest of you are too willful. I'll break you of it eventually. One last time. Stunt takes the opportunity to throw on his team jacket and sprint into the hallway. The rest of us quick to follow suit. My gosh. We're going into the bar, aren't we? Oh no. It's cold. The coldest has been since I came to Seoul. But I don't feel it. I'm warmed by my newfound confidence. By the camaraderie I've forged with my teammates. This is everything I ever wanted. A team, friends, and a goal to work towards. When I take a step back, it seems silly. Nothing I could explain to a random person on the street. I beat someone at a video game. I've earned a free bunk bed in a tiny apartment, and I'm obligated to work for more than 10 hours a day. Yeah, but all I can say with certainty, with the knowledge that I've given it my all, we're all going to make it. Oh, this is nice. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna cry. I just really enjoy it. I mean, I know nobody's probably gonna... Oh, not nobody, but... Right now, it's not immediately gonna give its... Ooh, bumpin' music. Oh, but... I'm feeling it. It's kind of happening. Oh. Okay, character design backers. Oh, okay. Damian Knight, Cameron Olsen. Oh. I really like the story. I really enjoy it. It's cheesy and it's silly, but I like it. And it's fun. And it's different than just like, you know, playing Minecraft or Tomb Raider. I mean, I enjoy them both for what they are, but this is different. And, you know, it's a journey that can have its own pace and just be different. So, I like this. This is nice. This isn't gonna be my main thing, but I'm not gonna say this isn't gonna happen. So, yeah, regardless of how many people are going to see this, I'm happy I did this one. Without Within was a weird thing. I don't think it was horrible, but this one just had a different feeling that resonates with me more right now. And that's really all I can say judgment-wise. I really enjoyed this story. The design is really great, and I mean, it lasted long enough where, you know, me being in middle school / early high school and finding this game and just starting playing it for the hell of it on Steam, you know, I don't think I would have gotten the same kinds of things out of it back then if I had tried doing the whole thing. Because if I'm being honest, I don't think I would do it justice. I don't think I'm doing it justice right now, but I'm connecting with more things in this story right now, and I'm enjoying that. And I hope you all enjoyed it too. Beyond that, I hope you all enjoyed the video. I hope you all enjoyed this game. Seriously, if this is the first one you see, watch the whole series. It's an adventure. It is fun. And not only that, play it for yourself. Play a visual novel for yourself. Because sometimes you're going to find, you know, small passion projects that are still fun. And then you find big things like this. And it's just so fun. I'm really happy that we ended this game. Not for the fact of just getting it over with, but for the pure joy of the story. I had a great time. I hope more people give games like this a chance. And I hope that I get to see another game in this series. I mean, hey, I'm not against it. I would love to see a sequel. And you can guarantee that I'll play it. But, other than that, I thought it was a really great game. And I hope you all enjoyed the video. So please like, comment, and subscribe. Hit that notification bell. And I hope you all enjoyed this series. It's been a long time running, but it was worth it. So this has been another adventure, another set of characters, another story. And I'll see you all in the next one. Toodles.